Let me see. Actually, I can do the recording. I'm also learning how to use it. This button. Not familiar with the.
Because this is the China version. This is a VOOV, not Zoom.
Yeah. Not Zoom. Yeah.
Is it working?
Yeah, we can see that. Wow, you got a lot of PowerPoint there. Wow, okay.
Is that too
it's
loud?
Working. Yeah, it's working.
Okay, is the video too loud?
Video, the sound, I think you have got to do some setting.
Wow, you did a lot of good job, Joy. Wow, you got video as well. Wow, yeah. Thank you. It's really good.
The sound, the sound for your video.
Okay. How do I adjust the sound for my video?
Maybe you play it. Let me see. Is it too loud? Actually, we can adjust from our side. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's good. It's good.
Okay, great. And then I'll just play. Okay, great.
Wow. So happy. See the smile of the kid, the homeschooler, see your PowerPoint is really a very good PowerPoint, Joy.
Thanks, Dr. Chan and Dr. Lai. Thank you for all your hard work to bring everybody together.
And thank you for
your participation.
The one that's
doing all the work. I just sit in and then enjoy the session.
Without your backup, Professor Chan, I can't do it. You need to call Professor is a doctor as well, but his title is far better than doctor. Professor Dr. Chan. So call him Professor Dr. Chan or Professor Chan. He's a big educator, top educator. He's the teacher of me. And like my father, I respect him because if I use the word father, that means it's top respect. Give the top respect. Professor Chan, you earn my top respect.
Thank you.
That's nice.
I love my father so much, all my life.
Yeah, John, I think you can stop share later when it's time for you.
I thought I shared. Okay, let me.
Then you can stop share. Later when it's time for your session, then you can,
Thank you, Dr. Professor.
We're all learning. But for you're easier to learn, you're much younger. You know, a lot of this technology come when I'm past my retirement age, and all this technology comes, and I've got to learn it up.
It's very good.
We are all ongoing learner. There's life, right? A lot of new knowledge. The other homeschool educator, can you turn on your video? Let us see you. And we have a chat before the real meeting start. Doc Win, Chen, can I see your face? I like your picture. And 兰兰，我可以看你的 video 吗？是兰兰是 蓝莓酱吗？一样吗？
不是蓝莓酱，我
是什么？嗨，
蓝蓝。爸爸过来。
你好，你好，
你好，你好。
你好啊！你識講廣東話，真好啊！
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
你喺邊度嚟㗎？
廣東人嚟嘅，佛山嘅。
我佛山，哦。
佛山嘅黃飛鴻嘅祖家。
你唔係粵谷先生啊？你係咪粵谷先生啊？好出名個粵谷先生啊？係咪你啊？
係啊，黃飛鴻。
係你參與，多謝你參與，佢好出名㗎，佢喺中國好出名㗎，有好多間學校係咪？
我唔係。
我這好像沒有移動電源。
冇咗聲音。多謝你參與，粵谷先生，多謝你，能夠有你參與，真係跟你學嘢，好後生啊，粵谷先生你。你冇開咪啊？冇開咪啊？粵谷先生冇開咪，聽唔到你講嘢。
我唔係粵谷先生。
你唔係粵谷先生啊？哦。聽唔到，唔好意思 ，cut 咗。
我唔係粵谷先生。可能啲。
你好，小朋友你好，你叫什麼名字？你好，很開心見到你。你叫什麼名字？開麥，開你的麥克風。
I am Lan. Hello everyone.
Hi,
Wow.
Lana.
Hello.
Speak good English 啊，很好。講得很好。
Yeah, very good. Thank you for your participation, Nanan.
Yes.
You are the youngest. I will give you a chance to speak. Will you be brave to speak something in the meeting? Is it okay if I ask you to talk about it?
Yes.
你是在家教學嗎？
Yes, I am a homeschooler.
Very good. You can say, I'm proud to be homeschooler.
Okay.
你在家教學幾年了，蘭蘭？
I homeschooled maybe 9 years, and now I'm 9 years old. I just go to the kindergarten for 3 or 4 weeks, and I don't want to go there because I
need to record it. It's really good.
The code. I always have a code when I am in the kindergarten. I don't know why, and my mom and dad said I have to be a homeschooler, so I homeschooled 9 years for now.
So good. English is so good. Very good.
Thank you. And
你等一下，我想 recording， 可是我 recording 不到。你跟他们說，讓我跟蘭蘭說一下，讓他給我 recording。你等一等，你跟他們說，你跟他們談。Joyce, Professor Chan, please chat with her and request the recording from the admin.
I am recording, but I don't know how to do that.
So you are 9 years old now, Lan?
Yes, I'm 9
years old. Do you have any brother or sisters? Or are you the only child?
I have a little brother. He is 5 years old. Now he is sleeping.
Oh, 5 years old brother, huh? Are you taking care of him?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. and he is also a homeschooler too.
Very good.
He had being a homeschooler 5 years.
Oh. So, where is your location? Where do you stay? Beijing, Shanghai, where?
I live in Guangzhou.
Oh, Guangzhou.
Guangzhou. 明白。
Okay.
Guangzhou, I like to go Guangzhou because the food is very good.
Yes, that's good. And
There's one street I normally go and have food, Seong Ha KOWLOON.
I don't know what did you mean. Are you speaking Cantonese?
Yeah, I'm speaking Cantonese. The name of the street, Seong Ha KOWLOON. Near to
I don't know this. I don't know so
Beijing
many
Road, near
Cantonese.
to your Beijing Street.
Professor Chen knows everything. Whenever talk about any country, he knows everything. Very knowledgeable, wise man. 思成，你好，我可以看你的样吗？你在那个 chat， 我看过你很多的那个交谈，可以开那个录像吗？看看你好不好？大家认识一下。思成在吗？还有 D 是谁？嗨，看到你了。
Hello.
你好，终于看到你了。你是从哪里来的？没有开那个麦克风。兰兰，我很喜欢你啊，兰兰，你很聪明，很棒的一个 homeschooler， 很棒。
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay.
So have you been to Hong Kong?
Me?
Yes.
No, I haven't been there, but I have heard there. The Cantonese, Hong Kong, and Macau Bridge.
Hopefully you can visit Hong Kong and we can eat together.
Yeah.
We can eat together.
Dr. Lai, is there a way to, when someone speaks Chinese that it automatically translates?
I think in here they have it because I'm actually new to Tencent also. You look at the group, I bring you in the group. I think Iris sent up something. They have the auto translation from Chinese to English, English to Chinese. Tencent is very good, very good technology. But I never used the function, but Iris mentioned about that in the group a lot.
Wow, that's impressive.
蓝妹，我现在想录音录那个 video， 可是我做不到，我给你看看，你要开那个权限给我，我才可以做这个动作，因为我做那个录像那个工作，你等一等，我给你看看。
赖博士，那个后台已经开始录制了。
已经开始录制了。
对，在录制，
明白
转写字都已经开始了，继续就行。
D 就是你呢，对不对？
对对对，是的，是的。
哪里讲？我可以看看你吗？跟你谈了这么久，还没看到你的，
你看过我，
你讲的
看过我。
怎么样？我看过你啊。哦
对呀，
哦
嗯，是，
哦，上次看過你，好好
对，
好
好，
好。咁鄭三角 Win，我哋傾下偈啊，開翻個咪啊，大家都係廣東人，可以傾下偈。
OK OK，8點鐘開始講座係咪？
係啊係啊係啊，8點鐘開始講座，係啊，所以而家其實我哋會其實我哋早啲入嚟，大家傾下偈啊，熟悉下大家都好嘅，係咪？
我咧就我嘅仔係18歲咗，
18歲，
係係咁其實以前有聽過有其他朋友有 homeschool，但係我就覺得好挑戰啦，所以就一路都冇去，一路都去翻之前嘅學校。咁
哦，
到後尾咧就個仔出現咗 depression，
嗯哼，
所以就退咗學，就冇翻學啦。就喺屋企度休養治療休養跟住一路喺度玩，喺屋企度玩。但係而家佢就失去咗學習嘅能力，即係佢嘅身體同埋情緒係調整都幾好噶啦。但係暫時就未有能力去學習，佢亦都話佢唔想去學習，係啦，所以就想聽一聽，睇下有冇啲可以有啲啟發。
佢係因為學校壓力、功課壓力而退學，係咪啊？覺得有壓力啊，所以
呢個係其中一個原因嚟，都應該都唔好，即係有多方面嘅原因，係呢個係其中一個原因。
理解。先休養好佢嘅身心先，呢個係最重要嘅。當身心休養好。
而家有3、4年時間，係啊，都好長時間。不過就的確有見到佢有逐漸嘅進步，雖然唔係話好快，但係逐漸有進步。係將來點樣咧都未清楚。係啦。唔
使擔心嘅，人生咁長，有時停下係 OK 嘅，所以唔好俾壓力自己。最緊要其實一個人成唔成功咧，我自己我都係經歷過大起大跌嘅人。係一生風平浪靜，冇啲咁嘅嘢嘅。我哋大家都做咗咁耐人，大家都知道講呢啲大話都冇用嘅。人生必有起落 ，OK 係自然嘅現象嘅。咁一個開心嘅心態係好重要嘅，同埋一個好強嘅 mindset 係好重要嘅。所以喺我教育我女女嘅時候，我做咗好多生命教育嘅。喺開頭homeschool 嘅時候，因為我覺得係最重要嘅。令佢認識咩叫人生。等等下 ，Dr. Dennis 揾我。
One of the speaker, Miss Laura.
係
Laura.
Dr. Dennis，Dr. Dennis，Dr. Dennis，can you log in? Connection. 等等下。哎呀。可能 Dr. Dennis 有啲問題 log in 唔到，我又接唔到佢電話。發生咩事？佢 keep calling 我。Dr. Dennis，can you log in? Dr. Dennis? Hi. Yes, you can't log in. Why? Oh, okay. You just actually press the link to log in. That's okay. Okay. Yes, I send you one more time. I will send you one more time. Okay. 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 Bye bye. 等下，等我幫 Dr. Dennis 入咗嚟先。因為大家都唔熟悉，唔熟悉騰訊啊，個問題就係 你哋傾偈啊，唔好咁靜啊，你哋傾啊。等我指示 Dr. Dennis 點入嚟先。你
係啊。
等一下。
Welcome, Miss Laura and Joy, the two speakers of tonight. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Lola 而家喺 Turkey 喺土耳其。
Turkey.
係啊。
Wow.
She's doing world schooling.
Turkey.
She's enjoy traveling with the family to Turkey, to Malaysia as well, right? You've been in Brunei. You told me before 3 months, right? When you did world schooling there. And Italy, I love Italy. Italy is my favorite place. And you was in Italy. Yeah, Sicily. Yeah, lovely place to start learning about the Western culture, the Roman civilization. I love there so much.
Yes. Yes. I think once you go there, Italy just
有點尷尬，沒說話。
啊？
兰兰爸爸，兰兰很出色，他的英文说得很好，比很多你廣州你講廣東話，我做咩同你講？
廣東話也會說，普通話也會說。
普通話也可以說，廣東話也可以說，英文也可以說，對不對？很厲害。廣東話吧，廣州人，廣東人。男嘅英文好勁，比好多學生更加勁，非常之好，非常之好，加油！
主要係佢媽媽教得好啦。
哦，媽媽教啊，哦，係啊，所以永遠都會講咧，爹哋媽咪其實係最好嘅老師嚟㗎。
係啊，媽咪英語讀書嗰陣時就好叻㗎，所以佢就教小朋友講得好啲。係啊，小朋友有咩表現都要爸爸媽媽有咩潛質先㗎。
係啊，但係就算爸爸媽媽唔識咧，唔緊要㗎，可以 ongoing learning 㗎，啲嘢可以學翻嚟嘅，所以唔使擔心嘅。因為我哋嘅人生應該不斷學習㗎嘛。係咪？現有嘅知識係一樣嘢，但係不斷學習係另外一樣嘢。
對啊，
咁我哋就會變
學習狀態。
對，那除了那個你的小朋友變得那個強大，我們自己也變得強大，因為我們有那個好學的態度。
對啊，
這是很重要。
爸爸媽媽好學，那個小朋友的學習也會跟着上來的，以身作則嘛。
對，以身作則。對，這是很重要的。對，那很好啊，你明白這個，你蘭蘭是沒有問題的，他的學習一定很出色的。他現在是做什麼？跟我說多少歲？那數學先說數學。他多少歲？今年多少歲？
快要10歲了，9歲多，快要10歲了。
他數學是做什麼？
還有2個月就10歲了。
數學他現在學什麼？學
3年級的課程。
我知道中國的數學。
哎呀，
你有沒有你以中文去學數學，還是以英文去學數學？
都有的。中文就是學那義務教科書的課本，然後英文的話就是那個可汗學院的網站。
那你做的數學是什麼？跟我說不要說年級，因為中國有中國的年級所學的東西不同。你現在是做什麼？
最近学的数学哪些内容？
就是学那个中国的中文的那个教科书里面的，像吨啊、毫米啊，还有1万以内加减法。然后英语的话就是学乘法的，虽然乘法我中文学过，知道那个方法了，但是英文是我学那个是学它那些数学词语的表达的。
你是说 multiplication 对吗？乘法。
Yeah.
哦，明白，很好。
Dr. Lai, can you translate for me?
I asked her what kind of thing she studied and how old is she? She's about 10. And what kind of mathematics she's learning? She's learning multiplication. Yeah.
Thank
Great.
you.
So, Lola, is it cold in Turkey at this moment?
What?
No.
他在说啥？
I think it's
你就说，请再说详细点。
25 maybe.
25. You
Celsius,
you wear a lot. You don't feel hot. 25 degrees, quite hot, really. But it's the right temperature. But thick, right? You wear a thick sweater. You wear a thick one. Is it the line is not so good? The connection not so good?
It's cold in my house, but not cold outside.
Oh, I see. Cold inside, right? Not cold outside. Do you want to try your PowerPoint first? Try your PPT first. Do you want to try the PPT? Yeah.
I'm the problem for me is that I have to use my phone because I cannot get it on the internet. So let me see if I can make this work.
Okay. Oh, Dr. Dennis also cannot come in. So so maybe we should start because it's 8 o'clock. Okay, let me start first. Um, 大家好，今天是第2次中国和香港在家教育的education talk。今天我是主持人，我们还有英语和普通话的翻译员Sandy Summer， 谢谢你们的翻译。还有我们有5个的speaker。OK， 第一个就是 Lola， 她是美国人，她现在跟她女儿先生是做 Homeschooling， 现在在土耳其，她会有20分钟的speaking time。第二个speaker 演说者就是Joy， 也是美国人，他现在在香港做 Homeschooling。然后他们说完之后，我们有第一节的 Q&A question and answer， 大概是20分钟，然后就会到我们第3个演说者 Dr. Dennis。OK，Dr. Dennis 是我们香港的视学官，也是大学的讲师，也是中港澳杰出人物之一。他会用20分钟介绍他自己上一次的中国和香港的 Homeschool Education Talk。 Dr. Dennis would be one of the main speaker。第4个就是第5个 第4个就是Sara， 对不起 Sara，OK，Sara 就是香港开心高峰会的主办机构的人 ，alright， 他会在这里分享怎么才可以令我们家庭更加快乐，怎么可以提升我们在家教学的快乐和幸福感，这是很重要的。所有的成功在家教学成功与否，就是你怎么可以制造一个快乐的教育环境，快乐的在家教学学生，这是非常非常的重要。快乐爱是我们在家教育成功的主要ingredient。然后我们第2节的 Q&A 就是20分钟，然后我们最尊敬的 Professor Dr. Chan 就会给我们一个简单的总结我们的 meeting，还有重心，我们应该要怎么办，怎么做才可以达到好的教育方法。首先我先讲 ，OK， 什么是成功的在家教育和家庭教育？就是我用4个字：白素其范。我很喜欢在我在家教学的过程，教育我女儿的过程里面，我很喜欢融合自然、物理等等的知识，去教我女儿人生的道理。学业上的知识道理所以现在我通过数目跟你们教导你们什么是正确的家庭教育方法。我们要拥抱孩子成长的多样性和他的个性，因为每个孩子都不同的。我的孩子 Paris 是不同。兰的性格，他的特长也是不同的。我们要知道每个孩子是很 unique 存在在这个世界上，所以我们要教育就是跟着他的特长去教他，不要硬要把他变成你想他变的样子。我打一个例子。我女儿她很喜欢用 bamboo tree 竹子树代表她自己，因为她觉得她自己很 flexibility， 也是竹子代表成长，所以她喜欢用竹子树代表她自己。她说，就算那个强风过来，她也可以弯下来，也可以透过强风雨去学习，去变得更好，变得更resilient and growth。OK， 这是他经常说的。他说他不怕风雨，每一个风雨都是他成长学习的过程。他也很喜欢叫我橄榄树 olive tree， 因为他说妈妈的性格是很有智慧和很和平，所以他说另外一个原因就是我很喜欢 Goddess Athena， 她是一个希腊的女神，也是象征着智慧，所以她很喜欢将我说作是橄榄树。然后如果譬如我硬要把我女儿是竹子树，我硬要竹子树变成橄榄树，可以吗？不可以。如果我女儿硬要将我的橄榄树变成竹子树，那么遥远那么高，那么bending 可以吗？不可以。孩子也是一样的，我们不要硬要把我们想把他要做的 事情，比如说我们要他们小学生，我们硬要他们进那个北京大学，清华大学，硬要逼他们去学，硬要每天做几十个小时的功课，没有睡觉时间，这样不行，不行的。所以我们要知道，除了那个蝙蝠去，橄榄树，我们的心灵也有其他的树，樱花树也象征着不同的personality， 美丽短暂，所以每一个树有它的特性，所以我们的心灵才这么丰富的色彩。OK， 我们的孩子，我们作为父母，我们一定要清楚，我们的孩子也有不同的个性、不同的优势、不同的潜力，所以作为家长，我们要做一个有智慧的园丁，就是用适合的肥料环境鼓励他们，教导他们。我们要有拥抱多样性的教育态度，心灵要多样性才是充满活力。孩子们也是存在这个世界上，也是多样性的，那我们的世界才是更加丰富和充满活力。所以什么是成功的在家教育？结论就是在家教育就是用爱，是真正的爱，不是那个有 conditional love。你 conditional love 是什么？很多父母就是给他们的孩子就是有条件的爱，我要我的孩子变成怎么样，他每天要读几个小时，十几个小时书，要去那个补习，要去那个游泳班，要去那个 violin，他们将来一定要成功，他成功代表我成功，这就是有条件的爱，因为你有你自己的虚荣心加上去，或者我养我的孩子，我要他们将来回报我，作为养老怎么？这是我们的想法，中国思想真是这样想。可是你不知道，原来这样做的时候，孩子会感受到不是真正的爱，爱是很重要的。如果孩子觉得父母爱他，他是很勇敢的，他是很正面的，他是很开心的，那爱是可以感觉得到的。如果父母是有条件的爱，孩子是绝对是可以感觉到的。所以真正的爱就是允许孩子变成他自己，有耐心的去教育和引导你的孩子成为最好的自己，最棒的自己，不是你生活中的你之前做不到的你自己。很多家长是强迫他的孩子，因为我之前我的人生我进不到香港大学，我进不到北京大学，所以我要我的孩子去完成我做不到的事情，那不是真正的爱。爱就是要拥抱你孩子的优点、缺点，然后用耐心去教导他，引导他发展他的专长，引导他好好的学习人生的道理，书本上的知识，这就是真正的爱，真正的教育。好 ，Laura, are you ready for this for your part of speaking? maybe I let Joy come first. Joy, is it okay? I let you go first.
I'm ready.
You're ready. Okay, Lola.
I do not
Please.
know if I can't really share my PowerPoint, unfortunately, because I'm on my phone and I can try. Can you see this? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me see, because I need to help Dr. Dennis. I think he can log in. Joy, can I send Lola's PowerPoint to you and you share her PowerPoint while she talks? Yeah, that would be a good idea. Please give me a minute.
Yeah. Thank you, Joy.
Just a minute. Let me get a...
Dr. Dennis, got to first download your VOOV software first. If we are not downloaded that particular app, it won't work. Check with him whether he has already downloaded the app VOOV.
Yes, I tried to download it and it would not download to my computer. For some reason, I could only get it, Professor, to download to my phone. So
yeah, I understand, Laura. I understand, because when we are not familiar with the new software, sometimes we have that kind of sudden issue comes up. It's all right.
Yes.
So I already passed your PPT to Joy. Joy, please control things. Is it okay, Joy? Press the share screen button.
I'm sending it to my email. Dr. Chan, do you mind saying something for 1 minute or 2 minutes, and then I'll.
Well, let me introduce myself and then we can start. So my name is Joelson. I am from the United States and I became part of the Hong Kong Homeschoolers Network and group because I came to Hong Kong this past spring. World schooling means that we travel the world and homeschool our daughter. And we came to Hong Kong this past spring, I'm sorry. And I became connected to the group and was asked to speak about my experiences. So I guess first to introduce the idea of world schooling is the idea that you homeschool while you travel the world. And so I am briefly going to tell you the story of how we started that. So
Laura, do you see the share screen?
Yes. So if you could just hit next. Yes, it was sharing and now it's not because I touched something. Sorry.
We're still sharing.
Oh, we are.
This is the beginning.
Okay, yes. So in the fall of 2022, my daughter was in second grade. So in the United States, she was 7 years old. And my husband has worked remote for a very long time. And we had talked about it when she was younger about traveling and homeschooling her. And I told my husband, I didn't think this was a good idea. I didn't think this would be good for our family. And then COVID happened and we spent a lot of time together as a family. And I began to start thinking about maybe this idea of world schooling, homeschooling would be a good idea. So I talked to my husband about it and we decided, we lived in Massachusetts, which is a state in the United States that's easy to withdraw from school. And so we spoke to the school system and we said, hey, we want to withdraw for the fall semester for 3 months. and we want to travel. And so we kind of did this with the idea of we kept our house in the United States and we just traveled for 3 months to see how everything would work and what would happen at the end of it. Can you just hit next, Joy? Thank you. And so
Fall
we,
2022.
yes.
Can we hold and I need to translate? Yeah, can we hold
yes,
and we need
please.
to translate? Okay. Laura 女儿他们7岁，然后他之前因为他的先生呢，就是一直是在远距离工作，所以之前他们是有建议说，就是可以在家教学，但是他刚开始他不是特别赞同，后面他因为 COVID 发生之后呢，他们就在家蛮长的时间，后来他自己就开始就说探讨可不可以一边 travel 一边旅行，然后一边给孩子就是在家教育，然后他后来他就向学校请了3个月的假，那个时候他们的房子什么的他们也是保留了的，然后他们就想去就是尝试一下做那种数字游民方式，一边工作一边旅游。好 ，OK， please.
Okay, sorry. So in the fall, we decided to go to Italy because we wanted to explore the art, the culture, and the food. And so we spent 3 months traveling Florence, Sicily, which is in the south of Italy, and Rome. And when we ended in Rome, we decided that we really enjoyed traveling as a family. We all got along as a family. And we decided to continue doing this. So we went back to the United States and we sold our house. And that's when we became world travelers and a digital nomad family.
就是他们决定要去意大利，因为他们想去探索意大利的艺术文化和食物，他们就在佛罗伦萨、西西里和罗马待了3个月。当他们在罗马的时间结束之后，他们就觉得他们很享受这个旅行和就是在家教育，一边旅行一边教育这个过程，然后他们决定要把他们在马萨诸塞的那个房子卖了，然后就成为这个全球旅行者和这个数字游民，同时在家教育他们的孩子。Okay, please.
Okay. Next slide. So these, I'm going to share some images of just different things that we've done since traveling. And I guess one other thing to say for our experience is because of visa situations, we can only stay in a place for up to 3 months. So that's why it seems like we travel quickly and through a lot of places. So the first picture, you have a picture of my daughter in Italy, and we are olive picking. My daughter absolutely loves Halloween. It's her favorite holiday. So we always find activities in October for that. So the second image is her celebrating Halloween.
这是我们在佛罗伦萨就是庆祝万圣节的照片，因为他们只能待3个月吧，他们旅行的时候一般最多是只能待3个月。好，这是他比较喜欢的活动。Yes.
And I shared this picture because I find this special. We're from Massachusetts, which is a very cold place. And so one of the magical things I think about homeschooling, world schooling, whatever you're doing, whatever your education, non-traditional method you're choosing, is that she gets to go to the beach in November. And if she were in a traditional school, she would not be going to the beach and spending her day learning about the ocean and just being at the beach for the day. So I think it's really special that we get to lean into our children's interests and passions.
就是如果我翻译错了，你们可以指正一下哈。就是因为 Laura
你翻译得很好，很好，
因为 Laura speaks fast。对，就是因为马萨诸塞州是一个比较冷的地方吧，所以他们的孩子以前就不可能说在11月的时候还能在沙滩上玩，所以呢，他们就说全球旅行这过程当中就可以让他们的孩子在冬天还可以就是根据自己的兴趣在沙滩上玩，这是一个比较大的优点。OK。
And so that was the fall. That was January. That was 2022. So then January 2023 through May 2023, we packed up our whole entire house. We sold everything and we left the United States. And now we have been traveling since May of 2023. So almost 2 years of traveling.
刚才 Laura 讲的那个故事都是2022年秋天，然后他们觉得不错之后，他们就把所有的东西打包了，卖掉房子，然后离开了美国，然后就开始 travel， 就开始旅行，然后他们已经现在有2年的时间都在路上旅行了。
So this was us leaving our house. As you can see, it was a mess. And then that's us leaving the United States and leaving our flight out of the US.
这是他们离开家时候，家里有点乱，而且这是他们就是飞离这个美国的时候的照片。
And our first stop was in 2023. My husband works in music, and so we went to Berlin for a trade show. And this is my daughter seeing what her dad does for work.
我们的第一站是去柏林，因为我的先生是在这个音乐，他的工作是在音乐行业，这是他们一起去了一个音乐的这个这个就是交易的展览。
And then we went back to Sicily as we went back to Italy because it has our hearts. And this is another day of learning. She has a Kindle. That's what we travel with. So she can read any book she wants. And that's her spending part of her school day reading books on the beach.
然后我们又回到意大利，因为他比较喜欢那里。这是他的一个普通的一天，他拿着他的 Kindle， 他在阅读他喜欢的书。
And then in July, we went to Croatia, Montenegro, and Bosnia, and we found a forest school. And so she attended that. We actually lived with the family and their children, and she went to a camp and learned about nature and just spent a lot of time socializing with other children.
在2023年7月，我们去了克罗地亚、黑山和波斯尼亚。我们去了一个森林学校，然后就是跟那一家人住在一起，然后他们就可以去，他们在那里就玩得很开心。
And then we went to Bodrum, Turkey, which is actually where we are now, but this was last year. And we spent a lot of time scuba diving and swimming and enjoying the ocean.
然后我们去了土耳其的 Bodrum， 然后在那里浮潜啊、游泳啊，就是现在我们也在那里。
And I think that as we focus on the education of our children, one thing that we also need to focus on ourselves that's so important is what we are learning and showing our children that education isn't just sitting in a classroom or sitting at home or different things like that, but that we as adults and parents are learning as well. So while we were in Turkey last summer, my husband and I became certified scuba divers.
我们觉得就是孩子在这个学习的过程中，家长要能够有所收获也很重要。这是我们也学了那个就是潜水的证吧，这个是我们获得的那个潜水证。
And then again, I said my daughter's favorite holiday is Halloween. So we celebrated that last year in France, in a place in Nice. So this is her celebrating Halloween.
又是我们女儿最喜欢的那个万圣节了。这个是在尼斯，巴黎的 Nice， 不是 France， 对，应该是那个。好。
And I think the other special thing about what we're doing is that we can see family and make friends everywhere. So last year we were able to see her grandparents in Paris.
很有意思的一件事情，我们也可以在这过程当中就是见到我们的朋友和亲人。这个是去年在巴黎，跟他的这个祖父母在一起。
And then again, we spend a lot of time in Italy. That's somewhere that we feel comfortable. We've made a lot of friends. So we went back and revisited some of the places that we've already been to.
然后因为我们比较喜欢意大利，然后我们又回到意大利，又去看了我们之前的一些朋友，而且也参观了一些其他地方。
Yes. You can go to the next slide. And then building community in homeschooling, world schooling, whatever you're doing is important in keeping those connections. So last year in December, we went home for Christmas so we could spend time with family and friends.
就是我们全球旅行学习和在家学习都，比较重要一件事情，要跟你的朋友和家人保持联系。所以去年圣诞节我们就回到美国跟家人在一起。
And I think one of the most unique experiences that we had as a family was that last year we went to Asia and we went to Malaysia and we explored Kuala Lumpur, Penang, and Borneo. And in Borneo, we were able to see so much wildlife and experience so many different cultures and so many different animals. And I just think the educational experience that we got in Malaysia was more than anything she would have gotten in a traditional school.
去年我们很开心去了那个亚洲国家马来西亚，去了那个吉隆坡、槟城。Borneo 是什么？我要请教一下你们啊，就是能看到很多。
Sabah Sarawak。
哦，沙巴 ，OK，Borneo 沙巴，看了很多。
Not Sarawak, Sabah.
OK， 好。
Yeah, Northern Borneo. And then we came to Hong Kong and explored and loved it. And it was great because there was a homeschooling community there and we did some homeschooling meetups. A familiarity with language, so having English both in Malaysia and Hong Kong was very helpful for us to communicate and just navigate and be able to make connections and meet friends.
然后去年我们又去了香港，就是在香港就是非常好，因为香港和马来西亚都有英语学习的说英语的这个环境，那么就能够跟朋友们保持联系，加入了那个就是香港的那个homeschool 的社区，yes.
And then we went back a year later to Berlin for my husband's work. He has to be there. And so she got to see the same people again, the people that my husband works with, and just experience that again.
然后我们又回到柏林，因为我先生在那有工作要做，然后我们回到那个地方又见到了以前的朋友。
And we found an art class and she loves art. And so we are able to have her participate in that.
就我们发现一个就是比较好的那个艺术课，他比较喜欢，然后那么在这儿他也参加了艺术。
And we went back to Sicily. Again, my daughter loves creating and loves art. And so here we found paints. We bought paints and she's painting rocks and she left them all over the beach for people to find.
就是我的孩子喜欢艺术，所以回到西西里，他就是用那个油画在那个沙滩上画画，用那个油彩。
And then we're again back in Bodrum, Turkey. These are pictures that my daughter took of a maritime museum of some shells that she found that she thought was interesting. So yeah.
然后我们又回到土耳其的Bodrum，然后这个是他在博物馆照的一张，就是他比较喜欢的这个有趣的这个贝壳。
And these are some of the friends that we have. I think that's also a very interesting thing about homeschooling and just community. My daughter may not have a lot of friends her own age that she interacts with every day, but she has the ability to make friends with people older than her, younger than her, and yeah, so.
这个是我女儿的跟她的朋友的一些照片，就是 homeschool 比较好的一点就是孩子们可能能够招到一些跟他的比他年轻或者是比他年长的朋友。
And again, Halloween, because it's her favorite. And we try to find it no matter where we go, even though it's not a big holiday everywhere in the world. So.
这是他最喜欢的，又是那个万圣节了，就是到哪的这个时候都是比较重要的节日。
And so the benefits, Dr. Lei asked this question. So my daughter would say that the benefits for homeschooling, world schooling are that I get to travel the world and make new friends. She's 9.5. And then for us as parents, she gets to see the world and experience new cultures. And the biggest benefit is that she gets to learn that people are people all over the world. And that if you treat people with kindness, they're going to treat you with kindness. And I think that's the biggest lesson for her to learn.
就是我女儿说她就是在这个 homeschool 和就全球旅行学习的这过程当中，她说我可以就是到处游览世界，而且交到新的朋友。那么作为我们父母来说呢，她能够看到这个世界，而且体会新的不同的文化。那么最好就是说最大的一个收益就是说她能够了解到全世界的人都是一样的，而只要你对别人就是给予善意，那么别人也会同样的给予你善意。Yes.
And the drawbacks are that my daughter says she misses having her friends in school and seeing her friends from the US. And the friends that she's made over the world, she doesn't get to see them as often because they are all over the world. And we say that moving is hard. And leaving the friends that we have is hard, and we miss seeing our family. But the benefit is that it's an amazing adventure and that she does get to see the world. And somebody asked this question and they said, how do you find homeschooling communities? In some places in the world, homeschooling exists, it's legal, and it's easy to find people. And in other places, it's harder. I use a lot of Facebook and trying to find expat groups and people who do speak English. Turkey is one of the places where there are homeschooling communities, just not in the place that we are located right now. So it has been challenging to make those peer connections for her, but most places we're able to find something.
OK， 我女儿是觉得她就说弱点吧，就是在家学习和旅行学习的弱点就是她不能够她想念她在以前学校的朋友们，她也不可能实时的在她旅途当中碰到的朋友们见面。那么就是作为父母来说呢，我们觉得说这个就是要旅行，不断的就是变动地方，确实是比较困难的。那么有些地方是可以找到当地的在家学习的社区，有些地方可能也不是，有的地方就不是太容易找到。好像是那个 Turkey 有一些地方，你们在的那个 Turkey 就不是太容易找到。好 ，Yes.
Thank you so much, Laura. It's a wonderful experience for sharing your homeschool experience with us. You make me want to travel now. You make me want to pack the thing and go to other country now.
Yes, it's a lot of work. And when I look back and I think about all the things that we have done, I get tired, but I also, like I was saying to Dr. Lai, I really appreciate looking at this because I think a lot of us will, when we're in the middle of something or in the middle of homeschooling, we don't see the effect that we're having because we're always, at least for myself, I'm always thinking about I could be doing more, I should be doing more, I'm not doing enough. And so I think for me, doing this presentation and to look back and think about all of the things that we have been doing is a gift. And so I think if I could give one piece of advice, I'm new at this, but I think that it's definitely important to take time to reflect on what you're doing and check in with yourself and realize that even if it doesn't feel like it, you are doing a lot. Because I think sometimes we lose sight of that. So.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Very great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joy, you will be
Yes.
your presentation. Dr. Dennis still cannot get in. Professor Chan, maybe you need to contact Dr. Dennis, help him a bit. So it would be Joy's chance for the second presentation. Joy, please.
Let's see. Okay, is it sharing the screen?
Yep.
Okay, so there is music from the video. I couldn't figure out. So if you're high volume, maybe just lower the music. Okay, so I'm going to start the homeschooling journey and Dr. Lai's phrase to connect and united to empower. So that was my inspiration for the idea of this sharing. Okay, let's press play. So this was a forest school event we went to yesterday in Hong Kong. There's this lady who offers she made a forest environment, and I'm just going to play a short video of how they ran their free time there. So there was an art class from nature. There was an art teacher. There's built structures, and then free play with wooden saws and drills and different nature things to be inspired by. So that was how we spent our day yesterday. We visited her forest school, and then, oopsie. So I chose 3 topics to share about, which was sharing the curriculum development and daily schedule, and creating a learning environment that was inspired by Dr. Chan, because it's very important to have a good learning environment, which you can read more about in Dr. Lai's book. Social interaction was very important to me, and also assessing and adapting to the situations that come up. Okay, so for daily scheduling and curriculum development.
Hi, Joy. Can you please hold on for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, go back. Okay. 现在呢，就是由 Joy 来给大家分享她的家庭教育之旅啊。第一个 slide， 第一个页面，这是一个森林学校，这是一个森林学校，这是我们昨天在香港参加的森林学校的活动，然后呢，有一位女士她帮我们创造了这个环境，然后接下来给大家刚才看到的那个是一段视频，就是他们这个课是怎么上的这个艺术课，然后他们还会这个课程呢还融合了这个建筑结构课还有木具啊，还有钻头啊等等，这是一个自然的课堂，然后这是我们度过的一天。接下来呢，我选择了3个主题来分享，从3个角度来分享啊。首先是我们的 daily schedule， 就是我们每天日常的安排，然后我们的课程的设置，以及我们如何创设一个适合学习的环境，还有社会实践。然后接下来呢，来讲一下细节。Okay, Joy, please.
Okay, thank you. Come forward. Okay, so one of the most important aspects of homeschooling is the same as the challenge, which is being in charge of your schedule. In the beginning, I tried to copy the school system. I wanted to get as many subjects as they do in school just at my house. And it was still a very pressurized and tense environment in my family. So I am Asian, and I grew up with a feeling that I needed to perform to a certain level before I can be considered a good human. And I was constantly trying to compare my kids to kids who are in school. And it wasn't until I realized that I had to become confident in our journey, and that it was our journey and not anybody else and comparing to anyone else. And I had to unlearn that. And that's when I started to feel more comfortable in my journey.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Let me translate for a moment. Okay.
Sure.
一开始呢，就是家庭教育它比较好的一个方面，同时也是比较有挑战的一件事情呢，就是如何掌控你的时间。一开始的时候呢，我是试着照搬学校的制度，我希望尽可能学习比较多的科目，在家里也和学校一样，尽可能选择比较多的科目。那么我们的压力是很大的，家庭环境也很紧张。由于我自己是一个亚洲人，所以我从小就觉得我必须要要达到一定的水平，我才是符合要求的。所以我一直在拿我自己的孩子和在学校上学的孩子去做比较。直到后来呢，我意识到我应该自信一些。那么在我们的旅程中，其实我们不需要和任何其他人相比，所以我必须要忘记这一点。所以接下来我就觉得很舒服了，然后我就做了接下来的调整。Okay, Joy, please.
Okay. So until recently, I have found all the activities for the kids. So I wanted my idea was for them to have many experiences so they can start to develop their own sense of what they thought was important. And these days, I'm trying to help them have more control over their schedule and their time so they can feel the responsibility and the weight of their decisions. And they're beginning to understand that working hard and gaining mastery in their studies and what that actually means. It can help build their confidence and they can develop their own lifestyle. So everyone has different priorities. And then I just have a small video of a science club and their experience that they got to fly with this gentleman who was a flight instructor. So I'll just play that. You can explain while that plays. Translate while that plays.
Okay. 好的。一直到最近呢，我为我的2个儿子，然后找到了非常适合他们的这样的一些课外活动。我的想法就是让他们有很多的经历，然后这样的话，他们就可以培养他们对他们自己认为重要的事情的感觉。所以这些天来呢，我正试图帮助他们更好的控制自己的时间表和时间。这样他们就能感觉到他们自己是有责任去安排好自己的时间。然后呢，他们也现在开始意识到努力学习以及在学习中获得能力是对他们来说是非常重要的，这样可以帮助他们建立真正的自信。然后呢，他们也可以发展出自己的生活方式。所以每个人会有不同的升级。接下来呢，我给大家播放的这一段呢，是一个科学俱乐部的一个小视频，这是他们和飞行教官一起飞行的经历。Yeah, okay, Joy.
So I found a science camp in California, and this is the online program that my boys use to study math and science. And they had a camp. So we flew there, and I just took some videos so you can get an idea of how a camp in California is run. They were excited to meet their teachers in person. They made friends. They did experiments with their hands. They went to experience farmers markets. and they connected with kids in a very real way. And that was a very impactful situation for me. So I can play the video and then you can also translate at the same time.
Yeah, okay.
They might have to turn down the video, the volume. Oops, that wouldn't work.
所以呢，我在加州找到了一个科学营，然后呢，我们本来是在上一个线上的课程，那这个线上的课程他们做了一个线下的夏令营，所以呢，我们就飞到那里，这是我们参加这个夏令营的这个视频，大家可以看一下这个是怎么运作的。孩子们非常兴奋，他们可以见到老师本人，然后他们成为了朋友。在那里呢，他们亲手做实验，然后呢去体验农贸市场，以一种非常真实的方式，和世界各地来的孩子们去交流，这个对我们的影响很大。接下来大家看到的就是我们在夏令营的一个实录。Okay, Joy.
Okay. So this was the other video of the same science camp. It's just they were doing different experiments.
这是我们同一个科学营的另一个视频，他们是在做不同的实验。
Okay, so continue. Okay, so the daily schedule. Oh, this was also a video from California. They really were impacted by the farmers market, and they really wanted to understand fresh food, how it's grown. They tried raw milk. We went to Stanford University so they could just see how it was. They visited Silicon Valley. So here's some other videos to just show you a feeling of how a farmer's market is. Oops. Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. So this is a daily schedule, and this is the main topics of how we create our daily schedule. So when we wake up, I teach them like a personal hygiene routine, and then we do things for our inside, like our spiritual. We read our Bible, we meditate, and then we do a physical strength routine and also academic. So we try to balance everything. That's how we try to run our daily schedule. I used to try to copy the school system, but this is what has developed into.
Okay. Okay. 好的，这个是我们的也是在加州的一个视频，因为他们看到这个农贸市场的时候是非常的就是孩子们感到对他们的影响是很大，因为这样他们可以看到新鲜的食物是如何生长的。他们在这里还尝试了生奶，还去了斯坦福大学参观了硅谷，这是一些向大家展示那个农贸市场的视频。然后接下来呢，我们每天的日程安排是围绕4个主题。首先，第一个是孩子们的个人卫生。can you give me the words? Thank you.
Oh,
the 4
okay.
routine. I'm translating
okay.
the 4 routine. Okay, the first is hygiene. Okay. The second is spiritual strength routine， 就是他们的那个就是精神方面的精神力量的一个日常，是不是读圣经啊还是什么哈？这个我不是很确定啊，请老师们提醒我。然后接下来是 physical strength， 就是那个然后我们每天的体育锻炼以及每天的学术的这个日常是如何安排。我们主要是由这4个部分来组成。那么我最早呢就是想复制学校的这个时间安排，但是目前这个是我们经过改进，我们 自己现在发展成现在这个这样的一个维度来安排我们每天的生活和学习。谢谢。Joy, please.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, so there are a few families who really helped me with my mindset when I was trying to just copy school. And this family was they made a big impact on me. This mom and dad in Malaysia took a challenge for their 10 and 12-year-old boys to take 5 IGCSE subjects: math, biology, physics, accounting, and chemistry. Within 1 year, they were able to pass every IGCSE with A+. And after such satisfying results, the mom became very famous and everybody wanted to talk to her. How did you do it? And they said, now that your children pass the IGCSEs, do you want to send them to university at 10 and 12? And then she declined and said that that was not their goal and that they went to travel in the world instead. And she records all of her journey in her blog. So I go through it a lot and it helps me to really understand that everyone has a unique journey. There's so many ways and it's to succeed.
OK， 接下来呢，我要跟大家分享的是有几个家庭真的对我的帮助是非常的大的。现在说第一个家庭，就是当我还在模仿学校的日程安排的时候，这个家庭对我的影响非常的大。这是一个来自马来西亚的家庭，他们的父母呢，在孩子10岁和12岁的时候，就是他们有2个男孩，分别在他们10岁和12岁的时候呢，他们选修了5门 IGCSE 的科目，是数学、生物、物理、会计和化学。这5门科目，他们在1年之内全部以 A+， 就是 A 星啊，这个是 IGCSE 的最高分，A 星的成绩通过每一项的 IGCSE 考试。在取得如此令人满意的成绩之后呢，这位妈妈实际上变得非常的有名，每个人都想向她讨教。那么大家说你的孩子现在都 IGCSE 已经通过了，你想不想让他们早一点去读大学呢？然后呢，他拒绝了，他说那个不是我们的目标，所以他们全家去旅行了。所以在这个世界上呢，他在博客上记录了他所有的旅程，所以呢，我的体会是在这个世界上其实有非常多的成功的方式，每个人都是很独特的，可以用自己的方式去成功。Okay, Joy, please.
Okay, thanks. So here's some quotes that she said that was very helpful for me. She said, because she really was public about her journey and people said, aren't you scared that you put all this public and then what if your children fail? And her attitude really was commendable. She said, there'll be plenty of times where we put all our effort into something, but the outcome isn't what we want. And that's not a reflection of how good or bad we are. It's just life happening. She said, we will share our results, and if the boys do A, I'll congratulate them for their hard work. If they fail, I'll also congratulate them for the courage to face the challenges. And then she said, sometimes success is not just the result, it's how we face our failures, handle defeat, learn our lessons, and grow to be better. And doing our best will always be more than enough. So that was a mindset that was new to me, and I want to adapt her mindset more.
另外呢，就是他说的一些话呢，对我也非常的有帮助啊。因为他在博客上面公开了他的经历之后，人们说你不害怕，你这些东西公开了之后，如果你的孩子最后失败了怎么办？他的态度是非常值得称赞的。他说就是我们付出了努力，但是这个结果是好是坏呢，并不能反映就是并不能这只是生活的一个发生。我们分享我们的成绩，如果孩子们 最后成功了，我们会祝贺他的努力。如果他失败了，我们也会称赞孩子们勇于面对挑战。然后成功，他的观点是成功不仅仅是用结果，也就是不以成败论英雄。我们如何面对失败，如何处理问题，如何吸取教训，如何变得更好，尽我们最大的努力就足够了。所以这个思想对我来说是很新鲜的。我想让自己拥有跟他一样的这样的思维方式，我觉得非常的棒。谢谢。Joy, please.
Okay, the second family that made an impression was my neighbor. We talked a ton about the subject of education and what a purpose of it was. And she was the one who taught me that if you study any subject for 25 minutes and 3 times a week, you can gain mastery, and consistency is the key. So that reshaped my understanding of how much can be accomplished in a various time frame and time constructs. And the other philosophy I learned from her was game schooling. And she has an Instagram where she teaches you many games that you can learn math, and games that you can learn language arts, and it changes the child's to be engaged, and their learning will be more profound. So she actually taught me which curriculum was fun, and actually all those early tutoring from her really set a good foundation for my kids in math and English.
第二个对我影响非常大的家庭呢是我的邻居。我们有一次谈到这个教育的话题，然后呢他给我讲到一个很关键的事情，就是你如果每周学习任何一个科目，如果你每周学习3次，每次学习25分钟，那么你就能够很好的掌握它。它重塑了我对不同的时间框架内可以完成多少任务的这样的一个理解。我从他那里学到的另一种哲学就是游戏教育。他在他的 Instagram 上面教了很多可以学习，就是可以游戏化学习的一些方式。比如数学和游戏，你也可以学习语言艺术，这些都会改变孩子，他们的学习会更加的深刻。所以实际上呢，他给我分享了很多非常有趣的课程。他的早期的辅导为我的孩子在数学和英语方面打下了良好的基础。Okay, Joy, please.
Okay, thank you. Here are some curriculum that she recommended that really worked well for us. There was Right Start Mathematics, Logic of English for language arts, and Beast Academy for math. And it was really helpful for my kids.
然后跟大家分享这几个呢，是他推荐的一些课程，对我们来说很有用。数学有数学，然后还有第一个叫什么？我看叫 Right Start Mathematics， 这个是一个数学的课程。然后还有这个 Logic of English 这个课程是英语逻辑方面的课程。然后还有这个学院应该是叫野兽数学学院。然后这几种课都非常有意思，对我的孩子们很有帮助。Okay, Joy, please.
Okay, and the third family who really made a big impact on my homeschooling journey in Hong Kong is Dr. Lai. She is a winner in higher education arena, and she is tirelessly building bridges and advocating for us homeschoolers in Asia. And the journey can be very lonely and dark, and you wonder if you are even doing the right thing. But it really helps to have a strong sister in your corner. And I feel like Dr. Lai is a bright torch, and for those who choose to explore unproven paths of homeschooling.
OK， 第三个对我产生重大影响的家庭就是我们的赖博士。首先他是高等教育领域的赢家，他自己就是受到非常高等教育的一个专家。然后呢，他孜孜不倦的为我们亚洲的家庭教育搭建桥梁。然后这段旅程可能非常的孤独和黑暗，你甚至会怀疑自己是否在做正确的事情。但是呢有这样一位非常坚强的导师在这里，我觉得 赖博士就像一支光明的火炬，对于我们这些就是探索未经证实的家庭教育之路的人，是帮我们指明了方向。谢谢。Joy, please.
Thank you. So about creating a learning environment and social interaction. Social interaction is incredibly important. In fact, I almost, and for a long time, I counted relationship building as a higher priority than academic learning. It became a driving force. It was a context for my children to learn why we were learning, so they can see the importance of why they needed to learn. I have 2 boys, and my younger son was always in his brother's shadow. And I was always wondering when he was going to find his own identity. And he's slowly now coming out of his brother's shadow. And that was really nice validation for me. So on the left is a video. 6 months ago, we met a friend in Thailand. And then 6 months later, that friend calling and wishing my son a happy birthday, which was last week. So I'll play the first video. You can translate.
OK， 然后关于创造这个学习环境和社会实践，社会实践与人的互动交往，这个非常的重要。实际上在很长一段时间里面，我都认为这个比学习更重要，这甚至成为一种推动力。然后呢，讲到我们的2个儿子，然后我的小儿子呢，他一直在哥哥的影子里，我一直在想。他怎么能够找到自己的身份？怎么能够有自己的一个身份认知？现在他慢慢从哥哥的影子中走出来。这是我们6个月之前在泰国见到一个朋友，然后6个月之后呢，这个朋友就打电话给我的小儿子，祝他生日快乐。这是上周的事情。OK, Joy.
Okay, thanks. So now Xander is getting his own confidence to just be his own person. And what I talked about, the physical routine, is now he didn't used to be physical. He didn't want to participate, but now he's really engaged in his own life. He used to live via his older brother. Everything was about his older brother, but now he's starting to have his own identity. And that was nice to see. So I will continue. So his older brother, and I think a great place to, when you're homeschooling, is to find an activity. It's a great place to make friends. Sports is a great way to build a relationship. My elder son, he enjoys sailing, and that takes us all around the world. And that was really a changing moment when he started to enjoy his sports, and it was something stable for him to participate in. Can translate that. Whoops.
OK， 然后呢，等一下啊，我的小儿子呢，现在就是他慢慢的找到了自己的方式去运动，然后稍等哈，他现在变得越来越自信了。以前他不太锻炼，也不想参加这些活动，但是现在呢，他真正投入到自己的生活中去了。以前他一切都是就是关于他的哥哥的，什么事都是跟哥哥一起做，但是现在他开始明白他有自己的身份，这是我很高兴看到这一点，所以我们将继续进行这方面的尝试。然后另外我认为在家教育有一个非常好的方式去交朋友，就是让孩子们去投入体育活动。那么在运动的时候是建立关系的非常好的方法。我的大儿子他喜欢帆船运动，所以呢这个可以让我们在全世界到处交朋友。 现在小儿子他现在真的改变了，他在享受他的运动，对他来说是非常好的一件事情。Okay, Joy, please.
Okay, I'll just play some. Okay, so that's that. And I will say they're very good Chinese sailors there. So that was okay. So
就是有一些非常优秀的中国运动员，中国水手。
Okay, here's some other activities they love. My younger son loves to fish. We went to Wisconsin and they just were free and they wanted to fish every morning. And here's some video how that looks like.
这是我的小儿子喜欢的运动，他喜欢钓鱼。我们去了威斯康星州，然后他每天早上都想去钓鱼。这是一个夏天的视频。
Okay, and then this is the other interest of theirs is learning about minerals and crystals. So this is their friend's rock collection that was so impressive.
这是他们的另一个兴趣，他们喜欢研究这些矿石，和对，就是矿石。这是他们的朋友的收藏，令人印象深刻。
So there's different light of the rocks and there's very special specimens and some rocks even can hold the color of light and it dissipates. You will see a few examples here. I was shocked that a rock can do this.
不同的岩石它会有不同的光，有些岩石它甚至可以保留住那个光的颜色，然后你会看到它又消散。我对这个感到非常震惊，然后给大家看一些视频，这是 rock 可以做到的。
Okay. So this is where when they move the light, it will hold the light for a moment and then it will let the light release.
这个就是当光照上去的时候，会在这个石头上面停留一会儿，然后过一会儿之后呢，这个颜色再消逝掉，很神奇。Okay, Joy, please.
Okay. So my homeschool decision started with a desire. I wanted my children to have an identity outside the walls of the classroom. So they understand what they like and who they are. And so I do have one regret is that I was not able to master the Chinese language. And I'm just waiting for the right opportunity to come up, another unproven path to really acquire the language in a deep and meaningful way. I'm happy to collab with anybody. I can share English acquisition in exchange for Chinese acquisition. I really think that's a journey that I will never give up on. So everyone has an adventure lying ahead. So I can't wait to hear your story next.
OK， 所以我们决定homeschool 呢，我们决定做 homeschool 呢，我们是始于一个愿望，我希望我的孩子们在教室的围墙之外能够有自己的身份，他们要知道自己的喜好，然后自己是谁。我还有一个遗憾呢，就是我们没有能够掌握中文，我在等待一个合适的机会，然后呢，如果有人愿意跟我分享这个语言，我也很乐意和大家分享英语的学习，以换取这个中文的学习，大家可以一起来互相学习，我认为这是一段很棒的旅程，所以我已经等不及要看接下来你们其他人的精彩的故事了。Thank you, Joy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. It's wonderful, really wonderful, wonderful homeschool journey.
Yay.
还有继续。Go ahead, Joy. No, it's wonderful. Your presentation is really wonderful. Well prepared with video, and good job. Homeschool educator. 在中国的在家教育者，如果你的小朋友想学那个英语，Joy 在我们的群组里面，你们教他 ，OK， 然后你们一定要教他中文，学习中文不难的，Joy。if you have the chance to in contact with the native speaker, your son will speak the language very fast. I just asked them to contact you. You are in the group, so they will contact you. Your dream will come true soon. And we will have 20-minute Q&A time. Any question? Please feel free to ask. 我们会有20分钟问答的时间，你们可以问 Lola， 还有 Joy。任何的问题，关于 world schooling, homeschooling， 任何的问题。有没有问题要问？
赵也可以到我们大理，我的2个孩子在家里嘛，他们跟这个他的2个小男孩正好可以互相的进行这个英文和中文的学习啊。
Joy, he want to invite you to Dali. Is a place in China, and you can stay in his house, and then your son can learn Chinese, and his son can learn English. It's wonderful, right?
I've been to Dali. Dali is very cool.
那就去吧，住在我家里，因为我家里很宽敞的，很宽敞，能住得开的。
Want you to stay in his house, very big house. I want to.
你可以住1年2年。
我也想去啊。
1年2年都没有问题啊，去住吧。
真的，我去了，我明天去，我明天去。
非常欢迎，非常欢迎，来吧。
好，你可以在群组发一个信息吗？我们立一个加你，我明天飞去你哪里？
没问题啊，我们有微信啊，我把我的那个定位发给你啊，微信啊。
你在群组发一个信息，我就知道你是谁，因为我们的群组里面现在有多少人呢？我们成立不久，还是几天的事的，对不对？这里有多少人？让我看看
，95个人
，95个人，很快。那群组的人不断加起来。
我是那个今年50周岁啊，1974年生人。我那是山东省青岛市的一个下面农村从小在那里长大，然后考上北大，然后学了4年本科就毕业了。我学的是力学嘛，我是吴老师。现在毕业之后我做了4年的国企，然后我就辞职做教育了。从02年开始到现在已经做了22年的专业的教师了。2年是给私立学校当专职教师，然后22年是专业家教。20年专业家教
22年。
Yeah, he's a teacher, and he graduated from Beijing University. So, wow.
北大。
Now I'm in 青岛 now I'm in Qingdao, but my family are in Dali.
Qingdao and Bali. That's incredible.
你现在可以签一个信息在上面，是谁？不晓得吗？
我是吴老师，
我有没有加你？
我们加微信了。我是吴老师，我想去香港，想办香港身份，想去香港工作，请您帮我。
就是我们谈过，对，你这么好，为什么去香港？我去那里，我跟你转换那个地方住，你住我这里，我住你哪里，好不好？
对呀，太好了，是。
Hi Joy, this is Summer.
Hi Summer.
Yes. I have a question for you and Laura. Yes, both. It's very good that you recommended some very good apps that can learn English and math for kids. Do you also following some systematic online curriculum, or you just develop all your curriculum by yourself? Yeah.
So right now I'm mixing and matching. I'm seeing what my children are responding to. So if they like it, I keep it. If they're not liking it, then I switch.
Okay.
But
so
all of those apps are curriculum.
Oh, okay. How about Laura?
So
Laura,
if you
still
go on.
Okay. So we kind of follow, we're from Massachusetts, so we follow what the Massachusetts kind of state guidelines are for what she's doing, what she should be doing. And then we found a tutor for her, and she's really helpful to kind of guide us on what she should be learning. And so that's helpful. And she works on math and writing with her. We haven't found a math app, but the one that Joy recommended, Beast Academy, is one that I'm really interested in using. I know Dr. Lai offers Magna High as another one, but I think Beast Academy is also a really good app and teaches math really well. So.
Okay. So you do not have like online lessons from your school. You just got guidance from the tutor of your school in Massachusetts, right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, there are online schools, like, at least for the United States, but my issue with the online schools, a lot of them are that they're not as good, and they expect the student to sit online on a computer for 6 hours a day, and that's, you know, we're homeschooling because we want her to see more and explore more and not sit in front of the computer all day, so.
Okay, good.
That's why I don't really use online schools as much.
Okay, thank you, Laura. I understand. So you, as American parents, you were not satisfied with their online classes.
I think I'm satisfied. I just feel like it's not like what, but I think the idea, like Joy was saying earlier, is just that the idea of being able to cater to her interest and, you know, learn about what she's interested in. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Summer. Actually, Summer is one of the translators. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Summer, for translating. I appreciate it.
You're great, great.
就是我翻译一下刚才我问那个 Joy 和那个 Laura 的问题吧，可能有些家长想了解，因为我们也比较关心，就是他们在这个homeschool 的过程当中有没有跟自己国家或者说自己那个教育系统的一些课程。那么 Joy 目前是Joy 目前他是一个混合型的，他说他有跟过一些就是那个网上的课程，然后他还有一些自己的那些就是 apps， 就像他刚才推荐的那个叫 Beast Academy 这样的，他就觉得好的他就保留，不好的他可能就放弃，他还在比较当中。Laura 呢，就是他美国的那个 Massachusetts， 他是有一个讲师在帮助他，就是follow 他，帮助他跟上他们的那个就是教学大纲。他们也有线上课程，但是那个线上课程要求他每天做6个小时在电脑前面，他就不太想这样子，所以他希望他的孩子有时间去做别的事情。所以我觉得这个就确实是大家的那个希望都比较一样，我们希望孩子除了学习以外有时间去做别的事情。OK，Thank you。我的问题没了。
Well, I know you and your kids really want to learn about Chinese, and then
Yes.
and now I have a online club with my friends, and we are learning English. We read English books, sing English songs, and we do it every Monday to Friday morning. And we also read Chinese. And I hope you and your kids can join it, and you can teach us English and while we teach you Chinese. I think that's great.
That's great, Lan Lan. I love collaboration. That sounds like a great idea.
Lan Lan，你可以发那个链接给我吗？我们群组里面，我们香港在家教学的群组里面有很多外国人，我可以给你很多外国的老师，你们教他中文，他们教你英文，好不好？
太好了。
你发那个 link 给我，好不好？我发上我的群组里面。或者你也可以，你有没有香港的电话？
什么叫做香港的电话？
不要这样，
如果你有香港的电话，外国的电话，因为香港人是用那个 WhatsApp， 你可以我邀请你进入我们的香港的 Dr. Line Homeschool Group， 那里你会看到很多外国人。还有香港的在家教学人，你有什么信息？你想学英文，你跟他们讲，我们都是用英文沟通的。可以吗？爸爸在微信加我，爸爸，你现在在微信加我，然后我再跟你再谈，好不好？好的。其他的在家教学的家长有没有其他问题？今天
one more question here.
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, hi, Summer.
Hi, yeah, my name is also Summer, and hi, Dr. Lai. Thank you, and the speakers, hi everyone. Thank you so much for putting this together. So I'm Chinese from Harbin. Been in Hong Kong for 10 years, and 5 months ago, we welcomed our little one to this world. My partner is pretty keen on the idea of homeschooling, and because of this, we've been exploring this idea. I've explored both homeschool and been to, say, kindergartens, open days, getting to know the traditional way of educate our kids. I guess, just speaking as a pretty anxious parent who are potentially starting this journey, I do have a lot of questions. And one of the biggest one might be, I'm well aware of the advantages of homeschooling, but then, when it comes to the end goal, which is our children can be independent and be out there financially on their own and make a living in this world, I'm just wondering, for the parents here, when they're older, do you plan to put them into university, or, how do you make the final switch? I know this is 18, 20 years down the line, but that's the burning question in my mind. 我就是想问一下，就是各位就是家庭教育的专家们，因为我家小孩子很小嘛，但是我们也在开始探索这个旅程，因为我们确实都认同在家教育有很多的益处，但是就是可能我也是比较初级、比较笨的一个问题嘛，我就在想，就是教育小孩子终极的目标就是让小孩子能够成为一个独立的个体，去外面能够自己打拼，去有自己的人生。那我就想问一下大家，会不会比如说到一定阶段想让小孩子去读大学，或者说就是最终由孩子到一个社会的人之间的这种转变，就是该怎么去完成呢？这个我知道是一个比较大、比较远的问题，但是我一直在想这个，我还没有一个很明确的答案。谢谢。
我会发我女儿的homeschool contribution 给你看。我们做 homeschool 当然也是要很重要，要计划送他们去大学。我女儿就是从 homeschool 上大学的一个例子。 你可以看看。他在那个 contribution 其实这个 contribution 在我的书里面也有，就是说他从小学进入在家教学，再从在家教学上大学那个转折那个感受，也是最后向你们发出一个鼓励的信息，可以看看。如果你要上大学，很重要的一样东西就是，除了你自己的课程以外，对于我来说，我有我们的 homeschool 课程就是 Global Home Act、Global World Schooling。我们 travel， 我们去其他国家，好像 Lola and Joy 一样，去学习其他国家的文化。其他国家的语言，去见识这个世界，不是我们的学校不是困在细缝墙里面的，我们的学校应该是全世界，我们的学校是我们的地球。第二个部分，为了确保我女儿上大学，我一定要跟着一个 structure 的 curriculum， 就是我选了 IGCSE。然后 IAL International A Level 考过那个试，我女儿就得到大学的收她的信。我女儿上大学那年是15岁，现在是17岁，在香港理工大学大学3年班，她是一个很典型的typical example。从在家教学上大学的例子。
哇，好厉害！15岁就去大学了。我也是在理大读的 master program。
真的吗？真的吗？就是我的女儿师姐，我很喜欢理大，因为理大令到我女儿很开心，每天就是很积极去上学。她是 active learning， 很好很好。我女儿主修物理和人工智能。
哇，好厉害，好厉害！要多多向赖博士学习。
我们一起分享，一起进步。
谢谢，谢谢。
所以
Joy
不用怕。Yes, go ahead.
I'm just wondering what's Joy's take on this as well, because I really appreciate you sharing your thought process. Why do we learn what we learn? And that is part of my thought process as well. Just wondering what's your take on the eventual switch from, a kid who's learning to an independent person in this world, making their own living and all.
Personally, I have through my own personal journey, I enrolled my children in local school because I really wanted them to learn Chinese. And what happened was, probably anomaly, it's not every student has this experience, but I was finding that the local school that I put them in, it wasn't the best environment for them to learn this language. It was quite tense, and there's a lot of teachers who are tense and not very caring, which is, one of the premises of learning is you have to trust your educator. And my children were extremely confused about they want to respect an adult, but it was just a very confusing experience for them. So when I decided to pull out of the school was when my children start to not be able to make eye contact, and their critical thinking skills, or they were pretty low. They wouldn't drink the water that I pack for them, even though I told them you have to drink the water. And the reason was that they didn't want to just drink the water and have to disrupt the class and go to the bathroom. And then they were singled out, and there was all these things happening. And it was really turning into a situation where I didn't want to sacrifice learning the language at the cost of them losing self-respect for themselves. So I just took a break on that situation, and I took off all the pressure, and I just started to build up their own confidence. It took a long time. And now they're just starting to show independence at 9 and 10 years old. So I want to try again to get the language acquisition, but in a different environment. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure if it does.
And it is definitely helpful to hear your perspective. Thank you.
But that's just my personal journey. You could find an amazing, lovely school for every subject that you want to teach your child, and you will have a completely different experience than mine. So, yeah.
And Summer, I wanted to speak to your point that you have a baby and maybe your child will go to college. And I worried about that a lot with my child. Like, you know, if we send her back in the higher education part and when they get to high school and those sorts of things. But I think the benefit towards homeschooling too for my daughter is my daughter's fascinated with marine biology. She's fascinated with the ocean. She's fascinated with animals. My husband and I scuba dive. She wants to learn how to scuba dive when she's 10. If that's her passion, while I'm homeschooling her, I can lean into that passion and guide her towards that versus her being groomed or guided into going to college and seeing that as her only option. And so I think that's the beauty of homeschool. If she wants to go to college, that's fine too. But I think with homeschooling, you have more time and more advantages to explore opportunities outside of it. Like my husband is very entrepreneurial and a successful business-minded person. He did not do well in school, but he does very well in life because that is how his brain works. And that I think is how the world is working. So I think that, yeah, having a baby and thinking about higher education and in college and all of those things is something that we are very much taught to believe in and what the end goal is. But I think homeschooling definitely opens you up to the idea that there are so many other opportunities and things like that. I have friends who were old school, and the people and the careers that we meet doing this are like, oh, okay, you can go to college, but wait, there's all these other things that you can go to college for that you may have never thought about. So I think that that's a really unique opportunity and option for homeschooling, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you so much, Laura. I think my biggest takeaway from your perspective is that, you know, you might not necessarily do well in school, but you can do well in life. I think I'm still kind of trapped in the mentality of, you know, when do kids graduate, you know, like when they're being homeschooled. But maybe, you know, there isn't such a thing as graduation. You can always learn, you know, everything is out there for you to grab, and the world is your oyster. You can take in as much as you want. And this traditional sense of graduation from an educational institution might not be the best, you know, mentality in terms of approaching this topic of education, if that makes any sense.
No, it does. And I think the other thing to think about with this too is maybe your graduation is you want your kid to be done living with you by the age of 18. So you figure out, like Joy was saying, how do you get them independent? How do you teach them all of those things? And that's something that I struggle with because we're together all the time in the world schooling piece. Like if you're in one place, like Joy was saying, her son is getting independence and doing sports and all of these different things. I think that's a really big focus, is really, teaching your child how to be independent and how to care for themselves, because whether they go to college, whether they're homeschooled, whether they're not, that is, they're going to have to be an adult someday, and they're going to have to know how to take care of themselves. So I think that's a big goal of ours, is just teaching her how to be independent and successful.
Right. It's a very, very important when we teach our kid how to be independent.
Yes.
Summer, can you do some translation, let the other people understand what was your conversation with Laura?
我刚刚就是请教了一下 Joy 和 Laura 他们这两个问题的观点是什么，然后 Joy 分享了一下他当时为什么把他的小孩从当地的学校里面转出来，是因为小孩子思辨的能力 有点在下降，然后有的时候甚至妈妈给他们带的水，他们都不敢喝，因为他们怕，比如说喝水呀，上课的时候要上厕所呀，怕这样会感觉让其他人感觉不舒服，然后妈妈就感觉好像这样子并不是对小孩子最好的一个选择，然后他就是慢慢让小孩子从这个一个当地学校的系统当中转出来，但是Joy也有提到说，并不是每一个孩子的体验都是这样，也取决于这个学校是怎样的。然后 Laura 就是回答我这个问题说，让小孩子在家受教育的终极目标是什么呢？就是他的理解是，人受教育不仅仅可以在学校里面受教育，比如说她的丈夫就是一个很有创业精神的一个生意人，他可能在学校里面所谓的分数啊，这种学业不是很好，但是他在人生当中取得了成就，所以说他跟我分享的一个观点就是说，当然小孩子最后还是要独立的，但是我们可以把世界看作一个学校，而不仅仅把这个小孩子的教育局限于校园。我这个不是一字一字翻译的哈，大概就是传递了一下两位讲者分享的大概意思。来博士。
So 我们会进入第二步，就是请 Sara 应该是你的 presentation. So we go to the second part of our presentation today. That would be Dr. Dennis. Dr. Dennis, it's your turn for speaking 20 minutes.
Okay. Time is flying. Do I still have 20 minutes?
You can have even more. I think everyone is excited here.
Okay, yeah.
We don't feel tired here.
Yeah, good evening, everybody in Hong Kong, China, and other places. Good evening.
Do you need your PowerPoint presentation, Dr. Dennis?
Yes, I'm ready to do that.
Can you share your PowerPoint presentation?
Okay, I do it
You
now.
have a share screen.
Okay. Can you see the PowerPoint?
No. You have to open your PowerPoint first and then use the...
Yeah, I try again. Do the sharing. Let me see. Okay. How about here? I think you can see it now.
No.
No, not yet.
Now, yes.
Okay, can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, good. There are 27 slides, so I will do this very quickly. You can see this already. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
so
good.
you do one and then you pause. We have a translator to translate your...
Okay. Let me do it again. Okay, that's the meeting today on 19th. And then first of all, I must mention my appreciation to Dr. Vivian Lai. Okay, she is an authority in homeschool education. I have known her for about 2 to 3 years already, and her enthusiasm, professional knowledge, and contributions will undoubtedly benefit the development of homeschool education in Hong Kong, China, and elsewhere. So I'm proud of being a friend of Dr. Vivian Lai. Let me tell...
Can you pause a moment?
Yes, and then let someone translate. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, Dennis, do you speak Mandarin?
I don't speak Mandarin. I only speak
Okay, I translate for you. If you speak Mandarin, I think you could do it best. Okay, I do that for you. 就是Dennis 就是他现在是在香港，那么他首先想要表达对赖博士的一个感谢，他是在家教育的一个权威人士，他认为我们赖博士是在家教育的权威人士，他的热情和他的专业知识以及他的投入，无疑会帮助到中国、香港还有其他地方的这个就是在家教育的发展。
Okay, thank you for your translation.
Yes.
Then let me tell you my teaching career in Hong Kong. I have been a school inspector in Hong Kong for about 7 years. I visited schools in Hong Kong, primary and secondary. My duty is to evaluate the education quality of the schools. We visited each school we as a team, right? We go to a school and conduct our evaluation for several days. And then at the end of the visit, we will make recommendations, right? We'll recognize their strength. At the same time, we will help them improve. Okay, thank you.
OK， Dennis 他是这个香港教育署的督学，应该是做了在这个方面工作有7年是吧？如果我没记错哈。
Yes, right.
OK，yes。那么他的主要工作就是他们会做一个工作组去就是考察学校，听他们的课程，然后对他们做出评估，帮助他们提升。Yes.
Thank you. And then my second career in Hong Kong in education is I have been a school principal for 6 years. And then I set up a lot of reform in the school to help them, to help schools improve, to help children learn. And then we have close connection, collaboration with the parents. And then we try to understand their expectations. Thank you.
然后我的第2份职业是做了6年的学校的校长。那么我们帮助学校去提升就是学习的方法，然后我们跟我们的学生和家长保持比较密切的联系。Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then my present job is a lecturer in the Education University of Hong Kong. I have been teaching in this university for 16 years. And then I train pre-service teachers and also in-service teachers. Thank you. Please.
Dennis 他现在的工作是在香港教育大学做讲师或者讲师哈，可以这样说吗？
Right, yes.
教授。OK， 已经做了16年了，对吗？
Yeah, right. Thank you. Okay. So I think the most important thing is that schools, teachers, parents should know the aims of education for the 21st century, whether you are sending your children to schools to learn, whether you are educating your children at home, okay, homeschool education. You need to know the aims and then to see whether you can help to achieve these aims for your children. So we need to enable every person to attain all-round development according to the attributes in the domains of ethics, intellect, physics, social skills, and aesthetics. So all-round development, so that she's capable of lifelong learning. That is very important for any children in the school or at home learning. Critical and exploratory thinking, innovating and adapting to change, filled with self-confidence and team spirit, willing to put forward effort for the prosperity, progress, freedom, and democracy of society, and contribute to the future, right, as a useful citizen. Thank you.
我们做家庭教育，其实在家教育最主要是要明白在21世纪教育的目的，主要是让我们每一个人成为一个全面发展的就是人，然后呢，要根据我们自己每个人的特征，在各个方面，比如说道德方面、智力方面、这个身体方面，就是社交技巧还有美学方面，这样的话，就是孩子们可以去获得这种终身学习的能力，批判性的探索性的思考方式，创新能力，以及能够适应变化， 那么充满自信，也有团队精神，愿意就是为这个社会的繁荣进步，还有就是自由和民主这样的一些事业来持续的努力，然后为未来就是为这个就是国家和这个整个世界的更好的一个未来来贡献。Yes.
All right, thank you. You have done this very well. And more important still is our priority should be to enable our students, our children, to enjoy learning, right, in school or at home, right? Homeschool education. You need to let them enjoy learning, enhance their effectiveness in communication, and develop their creativity and sense of commitment. So those are very important generic skills. So creativity, sense of commitment, communication skills, and problem-solving skills. So we're helping children develop all these generic skills, right, in school or also in our home at home. Thank you.
就我们的重点就是要让我们的学生能够享受学习，提升他们在沟通方面的有效性，发展他们创造性，以及投入度。这个是香港2000年就是在教育系统改革的这个提案当中的内容。
Okay, thank you. And let me go into the theme of my speech. The teaching strategies for homeschool learning. So, in fact, in the past hour, I listened to many of you talking about homeschool learning. Some of you are teachers and some are specialists, right? You have done very well to help children learn at home. And we can see homeschooling has become an increasingly popular option for families dedicated to investing in their most valuable blessing, the children. Parents are actively seeking ways to ensure that all children receive a fulfilling and successful education from home, free from negative external influences. Now this, my speech will outline some effective teaching strategies that can enhance the homeschooling experience. Thank you.
在家教育已经越来越就是受欢迎了。特别是对于那个有的家庭，他们想要把这个就是他们非常他们希望把他们最宝贵的这个就是祝福他们的孩子，他们投入在他们的孩子身上，然后家长们已经在就是寻找各种方式，让他们的孩子能够得到非常就是让他们满意的，然后成功的教育，就是这个在家就可以得到，而不受外界的这个负面影响。那么这篇文章就是勾勒出了一些有效的教学方法，然后能够提高在家教育的这个感受。好。
Yes, thank you. I think the audiences, right? Every one of you knows the benefits of homeschooling, homeschool learning. Otherwise, you will not be so keen on this. And I heard your stories. I heard your experiences. And in fact, you have done very well already. You are helping your children to succeed. Okay. Now, the effective teaching strategies that I'm going to describe, you may be familiar already. You may have adopted some of these already. First of all, we need to motivate students to learn. I think motivation is most important, right? For all children, whether in school or at home. We must help them develop a love of learning. It is essential to utilize both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. For intrinsic motivation, right? So they will know the value of learning, the benefits of learning. And for extrinsic motivation. For example, you give rewards to children who have done well. This will encourage them to make greater effort, right? Informal rewards such as verbal recognition and tangible prizes. Now, these are very important. I think encouragement to children. We praise our children for their effort and for their progress in studies. We give them recognition. We give them encouragement. Some students, of course, may struggle academically, all right? They may have difficulty in learning science or mathematics or some other areas. So we as teachers, right, at home, we can structure tasks to match their abilities. That is very important. So we think we all know children vary quite a lot in their standards, right, in their achievements. So we must allow them, even though some are slower than others, some are less bright, we still help them to experience success, pride, and confidence through reasonable effort. Yes, please.
Dennis 讲就是他刚才听到了我们很多家长的故事，就是关于在家教育的。他相信就是我们今天来参加会议的这些家长都是对这个在家教育有很大的积极性的，因为要不然我们就不会来参加这个会议了。所以他就讲了一些就是关于如何就是给到孩子动力去学习。那么要培养学习的爱好，最重要是要让他们有内在的和外在的动力。包括就是比如说像口头的表扬，还有一些实物的奖励。对于孩子学习上有困难的，那么就是也要就是我们要就是设计一些任务，能够适合他们当前的能力，让他们能够体会到学习的这个过程当中付出一定的努力就可以体会到成功，还有骄傲，还有自信。Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you see, children learning, children are very attentive and listening to talk of the mother. So they experience joy. They experience a sense of achievement. So this is very important, motivating students to learn. Second, the second strategy is to help children learn how to learn. Now, this is very important. We hope that our children will not just depend on our teaching. We help them to know ways to learn. So helping children learn how to learn so that they become independent learners. So here we say we have to adopt a learner-focused approach is crucial in making decisions that serve the best interests of students, children. This involves implementing diverse learning, teaching, and assessment strategies tailored to meet individual needs. So catering for learner difference is important. So continuous curriculum development should be prioritized to enhance the learning experience. So if you're adopting homeschool education, make sure that your planned curriculum development is appropriate. So the curriculum may vary from family to family, but make sure that it is all-rounded, right? It involves learning in different areas. Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, yes,
Yes, thank you.
就是我们要采用就是学习者导向的方法来就是帮助我们的学生达到他最好的这个效果。这个包括就是要采用更加多样化的学习教学和评估的方法。这些方法需要就是为这个学生的个人需求量身定做。所以我们的教学大纲的话，就是应该要不断的去改善，这是非常重要的，这样才能够提升孩子的这个学习的这个体验。
Thank you. So the third strategy is to establish a structured learning schedule. I heard some of you mentioned this, right? The learning schedule is important. What they are going to learn today, what children are going to learn in the week, right? From Monday, Friday, and then from one week to another week, right? Maybe at the end of, say, 6 months or 1 year, what kind of knowledge they should gain. So this is important, a structured learner schedule. That means homeschool learning, right? Parents need to structure a curriculum, need to make the curriculum all-rounded and make sure that children are progressing gradually. So a consistent daily rhythm is crucial for schooling success. Children thrive on structure, and having a routine can help them stay focused and motivated. So everything is in order, not just random. Parents can set up a daily schedule that includes subjects like mathematics, science, language, and music, and so on, followed by lunch break, and then reading and writing in the afternoon. Creating these rhythms helps normalize homeschooling and integrate this seamlessly into their child's day. Yes, please.
就是在每天学习当中，就是建立一个就是有结构的就是说一个有结构的学习的这样的一个计划是比较重要的。那么一个持续的每天的节奏对于在家教育的成功非常关键。那么就孩子们会发展的更好，如果我们的在家教育它是有这种有我们的这个结构，然后每天都有自己的这样的一个计划，那么能够帮助他们就是集中精力，让他们有更好的这个动力去学习。然后家长呢就可以建立一个每天的时间表，包括就是比如说有哪些课程要包括在内，像数学呀、科学呀，在早上就是早上学习，然后接着呢就是午餐，然后呢下午就学习阅读和写作这一类的课程。然后如果有这样的学习的节奏呢，会帮助我们的在家教育它有一个规律性，然后能够就是无缝的衔接进我们孩子的每一天。Yes.
Okay, thank you. So this fourth one is setting learning goals. This is also important. We need, right, as parents, we need to set goals for our children. It is a key factor in the success of homeschooling. Parents should discuss with the children what they want to achieve. Now, this is also important. We respect children's viewpoints. We talk with them what they want to achieve, all right? What they want to do in future, right? Some may like to become a scientist. Some others may like to become a mathematician, or some like to become musicians. So you talk with your children what they want to learn. That is important, and collaboratively create a plan to reach those goals. So democratic. We don't set all these ourselves. We talk and discuss with our children. We respect our children's views. This plan might include relevant courses, extracurricular activities, strategies for maintaining good grades. By setting small, achievable goals and celebrating successes along the way, students can build confidence and motivation. Yes, please.
就是在家教育能够成功的一个关键因素也是要设定好目标。家长可以跟孩子们讨论他想要就是他未来的目标是什么，他想要在哪些方面获得成功，那么可以共同的去做好一个计划来达到这些目标。比如说孩子想要当就是科学家，还是说他对数学有兴趣想做数学家，那么这个都是要比较民主的去跟孩子讨论，而不是说家长给他设定。那么这个计划的话可以包括相关的课程，包括课外活动，然后如何就是让 成绩，就是这些活动和课程的这个成绩更好的这样一些策略。那么最开始就是设定小的可以达成的目标，然后在这个过程当中去持续的就是称赞和庆祝他们所取得的小的成果，这样孩子们就可以建立自信充满这个就是充满动力。
Yes, thank you. Your translation is very effective. Okay, I hope to
Thank
finish in 10 minutes because I spent already quite long time. I hope to spend in 10 minutes to finish all this. Right? You see, you need to set goals. For example, right? Following this principle, SMART principle. That means measurable, specific as. M means measurable, assignable, realistic, and timely. So these goals need to be appropriate. The fifth one is to create a conducive learning environment. So that is also important. We need to establish a dedicated learning space that accommodates each child's learning style. This is vital for homeschooling success. Require children to learn in different rooms or at different times. So you have different rooms or different corners in your flat or in your house so that they know to learn in different places at different times. Minimizing distractions, such as putting away cell phones right during learning hours, can enhance focus. Parents should ensure that children have access to all necessary materials and resources to facilitate effective learning. Okay, please.
OK，回到刚才，就是在设定，上面一页，在设定学习目标的时候，有一个 SMART 原则，就是它是可以测量这个目标的，它也是比较现实能够达成的，还有它要比较就是说有针对性的。也是可以给他分派这个任务拆解下去的，而且就是说要有一个时间限制。然后呢，就是家长要给孩子们要建立一个比较好的学习环境，这样他可以就是最好是有一个单独的学习空间，让孩子能够比较安静的学习。那么最好不同的就是如果有兄弟姐妹呢，就在不同的房间或者是不同的区域吧，房间的不同区域去学习。然后呢，就是要减低他们就是减低他们被注意力被注意力被影响的这种可能性，比如说把手机拿走。在学习的时间的时候就不要玩手机了，然后可以提升他们的这个关注度，然后孩子们还可以就是父母还需要给孩子们提供所有需要的那些教学的材料和资源，来帮助他们有效的学习。Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so parents need to create a favorable learning environment. Look at your home, whether your home provides a learning environment for children. So make sure that children learn different things, right, in different rooms or at different corners. That is important. Oh, we come to 6. So altogether there are 9 strategies. So we come to number 6 already. Promote independent learning. So just as I said previously, we help children learning how to learn. So children should acquire learning strategies so that they become independent learners. So they don't always depend on parents. So they become independent learners. As children progress through homeschooling, it is important to encourage them to take ownership of their education. So they are owners of certain knowledge, certain areas of knowledge of their education. They are owners and not just receivers. This can be achieved by giving them choices and assignments. So we need to talk with them, give them choices, we respect them, prompting them to ask questions, allowing them to explore topics of interest. We encourage independent learning, right? So that we can foster their critical thinking skills. Now, those are very important, critical thinking skills and lifelong love of learning. they need to love learning. Homeschooling provides the flexibility and opportunity for parents to nurture creativity and independence in their children. Those are very important higher order thinking skills, right? That is very important.
Okay.
Okay.
就是家长要
Okay, yes, please. Yes.
OK， 家长就是要就是培养孩子们的独立学习能力。那么如果就是孩子在家教育的时候的话，其实是非常重要的，让他们要自己对自己的教育负责，这样他们可以把就是说选择比如说这个学习任务的这个权利给到他们，让他们自己去问问题，让他们能够就是探索他们有兴趣的话题，然后就是鼓励自主学习的话，会让他们发展出这个批判性的思考的能力，而且对于学习的终身爱好。在家学习的话，会给到就是家长更好的这个灵活性和机会呢，让他们为他们的孩子就是培养出创造性和独立性。
Okay, thank you. So, for instance, parents can encourage their children to research a topic of interest using various resources such as libraries, interviews with other people, or online information. This they can then create a presentation or project to share with the family. So let children do research in their own ways or help them doing this. We need to, number 6, promote independent learning. We mentioned this several times already. And we also mentioned generic learning skills. They are fundamental for enhancing students' overall learning experiences. We don't just impart knowledge to children. We need to develop the generic skills. They include higher order thinking skills such as problem solving. Now, this is an important area. Parents, right, as homeschool education parents, we need to pose problems for them to solve, right? Problem solving is very important. Critical thinking and creativity, fostering values and attitudes. Now, attitudes are also important, like optimism and perseverance is also essential for effective learning. We make sure that children are optimistic about the learning. Everyone can succeed, right? In some ways, some succeed in science, some succeed in languages, and some succeed in physical education, and so on. And perseverance is the key to success. They need to persevere. So constant effort is important. So as Chinese, we are proud that, right, our culture, Chinese culture, lay very strong emphasis on perseverance. That means we make constant effort every day. And incorporating creative activities into the learning process, such as art projects, music lessons, and storytelling, can help children engage and provide a refreshing break from more structured academic work. Parents should explore various creative activities. So, for example, you encourage children to learn the piano, to learn the violin, to sing, to take part in drama. All these are important, right? We don't just emphasize knowledge. We also emphasize such activities, right? Cultural activities that the children enjoy and integrate them into the learning schedules to make education more enjoyable and memorable. Yes, please.
就是发展综合能力也是非常重要的，就是这样可以提升孩子们在学习当中的总体的感受，就是包括更高层次的思考技巧，比如说解决问题的批判性思维，还有创造力。那么让他们就是培养他们的价值感和他们的态度，比如说像就是乐观性啊，还有就是坚持，这些都是非常重要的。就是把这个创造性的活动也结合进去我们的学习过程，比如说像一些艺术的一些项目啊， 学习音乐啊、弹钢琴啊、讲故事啊，这些都可以帮助到孩子们，就是投入到就是这个学习当中，而且能够给他们就是从学术学习当中呢，给到他们一些放松啊。家长呢也可以就是就是探索一些更加有创造性的这些活动的话，让他们的孩子在这个过程当中，感觉到比较开心，不是那么的紧张。因为作为中国孩子，我们很多时候的学习还是比较紧张的。然后把他们融入到他们的学习计划当中，让整个教育过程的话就更加的，他们更加享受这个教育过程，然后也觉得就是很好。
Okay, thank you. So, teaching them art and music is also very important. Okay, the last two, utilize effective questioning techniques. Now, those are very important, right? In Hong Kong, we hope teachers have effective questioning techniques. We ask different kinds of questions, right? At different levels. Experienced educators recognize the power of questioning in the learning process. Skillfully delivered questions can boost student engagement, improve understanding, and promote critical thinking. So it is beneficial to consciously use various types of questions through our lessons, right? When they learn certain knowledge or skills, new teachers often rely too heavily on direct and close questions, which typically require only simple recall. Those questions may not be very effective. While such questions may be appropriate in some contexts, most of the time, teachers should aim to challenge their students' cognitive abilities, right? Their critical thinking skills, higher order thinking skills. One effective model for guiding questioning techniques is using this theory, the Bloom's taxonomy. Yes, please.
就是要采用比较有效的问话技巧。就是比较有经验的教育者的话，一般都会要让就是在这个学习过程当中的话，就是提出问题的能力是非常重要的。那么就是能够有技巧的把问题提出来，是可以提升孩子们在学习当中的投入度，就是提升他们的理解能力，帮助到他们的批判性思维。那么就是在这个课程过程当中的话，就是要有意识的去用各种的这种提问的技巧。那么有一些不太有经验的老师可能会比较依赖于直接或者说封闭性的问题，这样的话只需要一个简单的回忆。但是这种问题的话就就是说它在有些时候在有一些环境下是正确的，但有的时候呢这个老师的话要更加的就是说去挑战孩子们在认知方面的能力。一个有效的就是引导问题的一个技巧的模型叫做Bloom's taxonomy 这个不知道怎么翻译。
Okay, yes, right. Thank you. Now let's look at the Bloom's taxonomy. So you can see that there are 6 levels. The most easy question is to test whether children remember anything. For example, the spelling of a certain word. For example, very basic mathematical formula or the times multiplication table. Now, what is 3 multiplied by 4? What is 9 multiplied by 7? Now, those are very easy. Just to test whether they remember facts. So, in fact, the multiplication table, for example, should not just be learned by rote. They should learn how to construct the multiple tables. For example, how they learn the multiplication table from 2 to 9 or from 2 to 10. In fact, we help them to construct knowledge. So one very important thing is not just let them learn by rote, let them learn by understanding. That is important. So what we use, an important word is we help children to construct knowledge, not to just learn by heart. And then the second level is to test whether they understand something. For example, what is meant by 3 times 4? What is meant by 10 divided by 5, right? There are many different ways, many different usage of this. So they have to know how to explain ideas or concepts, see whether your children can classify, describe, discuss, and so on, select and translate. All these are belong to the second level, understand. And the third level is even higher. Use information in new situations to test your children whether they can execute, implement, solve problems, and schedule things or sketch something. So applications at the higher level. And then even more higher level is to analyze, to ask questions whether children can draw connections among ideas, differentiate, organize, relate, compare, right? For example, to compare Chinese culture with the English culture or American culture, to compare, all right? For example, some biological knowledge, can they compare the growth of plants with the growth of animals and so on? Distinguish one from the other, examine, experiment, question, and testing. So these belong to a higher level. Even higher is to evaluate whether your children has the power to evaluate things, to justify a stand, a view, or decision, whether they can appraise, argue, defend, judge, select, support, and so on. Criticize something. The critical thinking skill is also very important, whether they think, whether they can criticize a certain system, whether they know how to justify a stand or decision. The last one, which is even more important, is to produce new or original work. Creativity is at the highest level. So we always aim at developing children's creativity skills, right? In the whole world, right? We teach children different kinds of knowledge. In fact, we want them not just to stay the same. We want them to be creative, right? A creative person is very useful, right? He can bring contributions. So make sure you know this taxonomy, all right? There are, in fact, of course, many other theories, but I think Bloom's taxonomy is very convincing and very effective. So you ask different questions at different levels, not just basic levels like remembering things and understand things, but should aim at higher levels, whether they can apply knowledge, analyze knowledge, to evaluate a certain system, and to create things of their own. So that is number 9, utilize effective questioning techniques. Okay, please.
就是有效的问问题的技巧，就像这个金字塔一样，分为几个层次。最底层的呢，就是记忆，就是能够回忆起事实，回忆起基本的概念，能够就是说能够去记住它的定义，能够重复。第二层就是要理解，那么能够解释它这个思想或者说这个概念，能够去对它进行分类、描述、讨论、解释这一类的。然后第3层就是可以去应用，那么就这个学到的这个信息，把它用在新的环境当中去执行，去使用解决问题，或者甚至是操作一些就是操作。然后呢，就是还有一个分析，接下来一层更高层次就是分析，可以在不同的这个想法观念当中去建立联系，比如说看他们的区别点在哪里，组织他们就是看他们的相关点在哪里，进行比较对比，去从一个东西当中就是说鉴别出另外一个，还可以对它进行一个就是评估，就是如何为一个你的观点或者是你的一个决定 讲出更好的理由。那么比如说你怎么去评估它，你怎么去进行辩论，怎么就是更好的说服别人来就是更好的说服别人。然后最后的一个层次就是能够进行一个创造，那么通过你学习到的东西能够去建立起新的或自己原创的这些作品和想法。OK。
Thank you. Very clear translation. Thank you so much. So we come to the last one. Incorporate authentic experiences. I heard from you, some parents mentioning this, right? You help children to, for example, to gain skills by helping them to participate in sports, for example. So they learn to cooperate with the team members, right? You go to foreign countries with your children so that they learn French culture, they learn Chinese culture. Now, all these are authentic experiences, not just make up. They learn from real world situations. Those are very important. So homeschool education doesn't mean just confining your children to your home. In fact, you should take them to learn everywhere, to go to foreign countries, to go to trips. All these are very useful. Authentic learning is an instructional approach and enabling students to explore, to discuss and construct concepts. That is important to set up, to really know the meaning of concepts. They construct knowledge and relationships in context relevant to real world problems, right? And real world activities like sport, like competitions, like projects and so on, like visiting other countries. Integrating real world issues into their studies, students can develop solutions applicable to their communities and the world at large. As educators, it is our responsibility to prepare students for a future that will be more complex than their own, right? We advance to a higher level, right? A younger generation will go into a higher level of education. They will need to solve real-world problems creatively and collaboratively, making authentic learning an essential component of education. Yes, please.
就是其实Dennis 讲，刚才他也听到我们很多家长其实是会带着孩子在家教育过程中出去旅行，然后去实地的去体验很多的这些活动。那么就是说实地的学习就是一种教学方法，让孩子能够去探索、讨论以及去建立就是一些概念和关系。那么让这个过程呢是在真实的环境当中那么跟真实的这个世界的这个问题和项目相关的。那么就是结合真实世界的这些问题进去他们的学习当中的话，那么学生可以去发展出更好的解决方法，这些方法能够应用到他们自己的社区和就是说从大的方面讲也可以应用到我们这个世界。作为教育者的话，是我们的责任就是要让我们的孩子为未来做好准备。那么未来是更加复杂的，就比我们现在所面临的世界是更加复杂的，所以他们需要解决真实世界的问题以一种比较创造性的方法，就是集体合作的方法来去解决问题。那么就是能够在实地当中去学习是一个教育方面在教育上非常重要的一个方面。
Thank you. Okay, incorporate authentic experiences, right? For example, travel can widen their outlook, right? They learn about foreign cultures. That is very important, right? End of talk. Thank you for listening to my talk. And before I end, I recommend Dr. Vivian Lai's book, right? Her book, right? Homeschool book is very useful, very substantial strategies given by Dr. Vivian Lai, right? Dr. Chen also make positive comments on her book. It is a masterpiece of treasure and gem, right? right? Just like Jewel, of experiences and practices for homeschool education. So I am very pleased to join this meeting and listen to the talk of many of you. So you are very keen on homeschool education. And I think many of you have already made good progress in homeschool education. So I hope that every one of you will continue to make homeschool education a great success. Thank you very much.
Dennis 刚才向我们诚挚的推荐Dr. Lai 的那本在家教育的书，他说这本书的话，包括 Dr. Chen 和他都会认为是一个精品，是他自己在家教育方面的一个心血的一个积累和体现。他也非常开心能够加入到我们这边这个会议，看到这么多人在家教育已经有了很多的经验，取得了很多的成绩。谢谢。
Okay, thank you for your translation. You have done very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for encouragement.
Okay, you're welcome.
各位在家教学的家长，我们可以一起为打开你的麦克风，一起鼓掌，好不好？今天能够听到 Dr. Dennis 的教我们的 strategy 教育的 strategy 真的是很难得的。他是香港教育大学的老师。我们现在就好像香港教育大学的学生一样，听他的演讲。OK， 打开你的麦克风，说谢谢，还有鼓掌，好不好？
谢谢，
谢谢 Dr. Dennis， 谢谢
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So next speaker is Sara. 下一个演讲的演说者是 Sara。Sara 会focus on 教我们 unlock happiness. Sara, please.
Thank you. 好 ，share
screen. Just go to share screen. I know it's not familiar because we use Zoom usually. There is a share screen button.
Yeah.
Just press there. First, you have to open your PPT first, and then you press the share screen, and then it will work.
Okay.
请大家给Sara 一点时间，因为我们用惯了 Zoom， 所以突然之间转去腾讯，我们也要时间去习惯它。今天真的很精彩。除了我们两个在家教学的美国人的演讲，那是 very practical experience， 然后加上 Dr. Dennis theoretical 老师的一套，就是令到我们整个会议很精彩。现在还有 Sara 教导我们怎么样去快乐的教育我们的小朋友。幸福快乐是一切在家教育的成功的泉源，快乐是很重要的，所以不要打骂孩子，真的不要打骂孩子。我从来不打骂孩子，你要 enable 快乐就等于成功。一个家庭快乐欢笑，这个家庭就成功了，这个小朋友就成功了。
等我一下，他那个 privacy locked 的，所以
privacy locked，
因为我那个电脑它
Excuse me, Sarah. 你等一下是用英文还是用中文？
我用普通话。
您用普通话 ，OK。
对。
好。
沙老师很厉害的，他英文、普通话也可以。我问他，那你用英文还是普通话？因为很多是中国的在家教学的家长，他说我用普通话，他两样也可以。那Summer和 Sandy 可以用普通话翻译英文给 Joyce 或者是 Laura 听吗？
OK，
可以吗？
可以的，就是我刚才听到还有一位 Summer， 他的那个英文，他的中译英会特别厉害，他想不想翻一下？还有一位 Summer， 刚才那位 Summer 他累了，然后我记得我们有2位 Summer，
对 Summer 真的累，我知道。
还有一位 Summer 你在吗？我觉得你那个中译英蛮厉害的，你在吗？
他可能太累了，可以吗？
好的，没关系，那等一下我来翻译。好的。
我那个电脑还是 share 不到，我可以发给你吗 ，Dr. Lai？
可以，可以发给我吧。
不好意思。
然后发给 Sandy 做翻译，你也可以控制那个 slide 好不好？
好。
稍等哈，因为我是用手机的，所以我不知道我能不能操作那个PPT。可能其他人来操作好一些，我这边是用手机的，好像不太好操作，打开 PPT。
明白，我来操作吧。
好的。
或者我现在Sara 可能需要一点时间，因为我们真的不太熟悉这个腾讯。让我看看是不是 Sara 已经给了我。
我刚翻译了，不过没关系，我可以先说，我可以一边说一边操作也行。就是我今天是来跟大家分享一个我们在12月的一个活动，就是香港第一个高峰会，那是关于香港人的不同阶段的一个开心，然后我们也很高兴可以请到Dr. Lai 来作为我们座谈会的一个分享嘉宾，就是在 education 的那个座谈会，就是那一部分就是关于education 的。对，然后首先我们是在香港成立的一个社会企业，就是非牟利的，就是不赚钱的，只是为服务香港社会的一些不同团体的一些持份者。然后WeCARE Hong Kong 就是我们的一个平台，就是10年前的话，就是看到香港可能有一些社会运动啊，然后有一些移民啊，所以我们10年前就开始了这个平台，就是和不同的教授和一些团体，就是量度一下香港的开心指数，包括可能在老人啊，我们的学童啊，我们的在职人士啊，还是我们的老人啊，我们都想有一个指标可以认识一下香港人的开心指数。然后
Okay, can you please hold on, or you can just speak English.
Okay. So some help me translate, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. Now I'm introducing our community to all of you. Okay, so we will have our first summit in December, if I remember it correctly. December, right?
Yes,
so
December.
Our effort is not to make money. We are a non-profit organization, and we are. This is our first summit, and we are very glad to invite Dr. Lai as our honored guests to share education topics with us. And as you can see, we started our organization 10 years ago, and the name of our organization is WeCARE. And we are trying our best to offer help to kids and elder person, and we would like to enhance our happiness for listening in Hong Kong. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
然后这个就是我们过去就是在今年上半年的一个开心指数，就是可能6.5/10分，就是在个人层面我们量度，其实香港人在10分之内只有6.5的分数，然后我们有个人啊，我们有工作啊，我们有老人。然后这是可以给大家一个 reference， 就是香港人现在的一个状态是什么位置。
Okay, here you can see our happiness ratio. If I can translate like that, happiness ratio for the past month, it was ranked 6.5. Okay, so this shows us what does Hong Kongese feel like, and our happiness ratio is just 6.5. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. 可以下一页吗？然后我们12月的一个高峰会，就是希望有一个2天的一个反思的旅程，然后让进来的所有嘉宾和来宾都可以反省一下他们在现在的这个阶段，可能他是学生，可能他是在职人士，他想要的开心和他未来的日子需要的开心是什么，还有那个日子是怎么过。所以其中一个部分就是教育，是因为我们对青少年还有我们那个教育是十分长久的，我们想把那个开心的元素都放在家长和小朋友的身上，所以我们希望所有人都可以一起 craft the habit of Hong Kong， 就是他们不同阶段的人一起去化写自己想要的开心，然后影响到整个香港。谢谢。
Okay. During our 2 days of summit, we would like everyone to reflect ourselves, to think about what we have experienced before and what we expect for the future. So one of the important aspects is about education. We hope all kids and parents we could in different stages of them, we can go together and try to figure out what they want to be happy, and then affect the whole atmosphere of Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you. 然后我们是在 12月的17到18号，在 FREESPACE 就是西九龙的一个文化中心，那个自由空间就是图片这个，我们想在一个比较轻松，还有一个舒适的一个环境下去讨论开心，而不是在一些会议中心或者是一些会议室里把这个这么开心的主题放在一个这么严肃的一个空间里面，所以我们选址在自由空间，就是想大家一进来就已经感受到那个轻松还有那个舒服的感觉。谢谢。
Okay. Our event will be held at 17th to 18th of December 2024. And the place we've chosen was called FREESPACE West KOWLOON. And we hope everyone come here can feel the relaxed atmosphere, and we can discuss in a relaxed environment other than in a very commercial space. So we would like to meet you there. Thank you.
Thank you. 我们就是希望主要是可能是我们的一些organization 的 leaders， 因为我们觉得他们的位置很重要，上面有那个上司，他们可以有一些对上司可以进谏的一些话语，下面还有可能管理一堆的员工，他们可以影响到他们，所以我们主要是一些机构的管理层，还有我们每天我们都有不同的活动装置，可以给那个 public 去体验一下什么是开心。谢谢。
Okay. The organization leaders of this summit, they are mainly from the management team of different enterprises, and they can propose suggestions above. And so we have a lot of we have activities that can give them happiness experience here. Okay, thank you.
所以我们就是用解锁开心和分享开心是作为我们整个活动的一个主题，就是希望香港无论现在的人是处于什么阶段，他都可以把开心的定义分享给不同的人，还有就是不要经过这么多社会事还有精致的事而埋没了自己想要开心的那个时刻。谢谢。
Okay. So our slogan for this summit is unlocking our city's happiness. So whatever stage you're in and whatever you experienced before, we'd like to share happiness with you. And please don't forget the happiness in your life. Thank you.
对，所以我们有三个主题，我们想要做到的。第一个就是inspiration and learning， 就是我们想把不同的主题和不同的分享嘉宾，还有把它放在同一个地方，他们一起去讨论。就像我们邀请 Dr. La 去做我们其中一个panel 的一个分享嘉宾。然后第二个我们就是做 transformation and experience， 因为我们有很多不同的装置在室外的空间，所以当公众来到我们的活动的时候他们可以透过不同的装置可以体验一下人生的 一个快乐应该是什么，还有最后我们做的就是 connection and networking， 所以我们做不同的 connection 呢，就像我们跟 Dr. Lai 也是一个 connection 同埋 and networking， 然后有不同的分享嘉宾和公众人士，我们都会做一个 connection 的一个动作。
OK，
谢谢。
OK，Thank you。请大家就是暂时先关一下话筒啊，因为我这边杂音特别的大，就是可能很多人开了话筒，然后每个地方有一些轻微的声音，然后到我这边听的时候呢，就是杂音会很大。谢谢大家啊，就是暂时不用话筒的人可以先关一下。好。So we will have 3 topics for our summit this time, and the first one is inspiration and learning. So we will invite different guests to share their thoughts, their mindsets. So we will have discussion by different fields. And then the second topic is that we will have a lot of installations outdoors, in outdoor space. So we would like everyone to come to our activities and experience life through different installations, and to think about what should happiness be. And finally, we will have some connection arrangements like today. So this is the third topic. Okay, thank you.
Um, 可以下一页，对，可以再下去了。好，那可以，可能时间关系，我可能简单的只说我们其中的一个 panel， 就是我们跟Dr. Lai 做的一个座谈会的其中一个内容，就是我们会在第一天的话，我们会我们会有个人层面先讨论一下，我们个人层面需要的是120岁，还是我们想很开心的完成我们的人生。然后第二个 panel 就是还是Dr. Lai 可以去再下2页吗？对，这个是我们的guest of honor， 就是我们的劳工及福利局局长会来作为我们的开幕嘉宾。对，可以再下2页了。我想只跟大家分享我们为什么想就是不好意思 Dr. Lai 就是这个我们其中一个主题就是讲教育的，因为小朋友就是他其实可以有很多选择，所以我们有4个分享嘉宾。第一个就是我们陈美娟校长，她是香港比较传统的一个学校的校长，然后另一位是陈介明教授，他是做了30几年的一个教育事业的一个教授，然后第3个就是香港资深教育学院的院长，他是主张培育孩子成为一个那个明星，但是不是一定要他们学业很好，只是 based on 他们的 talent 去制造他们成为一颗星。第4位就是 Dr. Lai for Homeschool 的 expertise 啦。然后我们为什么会组这样的一个座谈会，是因为我们觉得 香港的小朋友在教育里面承受了很大的压力，不管是小朋友还是家长。但是我们对于开心，我们的目的只是，无论你是选择传统的教育制度还是选择 homeschool， 我们最后的目的就是想让小朋友很有价值的快乐的成长。但是可能那个环境的因素令到整个社会它的教育重点错配了，所以我们希望透过这样的一个活动，令香港的香港人知道他们教育小朋友背后的理念是真的，让他们拿到5星星，还是让他们快乐的成长。谢谢。
Okay. Sorry, just a minute. Okay. First of all, we had a very quick introduction of the agenda of this summit. So it will start on the first day, 17th, and the main topic will be what will you choose? A long life, for example, 120 years old, or do you want to have a very happy life? So this is the main topic of the summit. And then here's some introduction of our guests of honor. So we just focus on the education part. We will invite 4 guests of honor to our summit. The first one is Principal Chen Meijuan, and the second one is Professor Chen Kaiming, and the third one is Jimmy Wang, who advocating to make every kid to become a star of their own. And like kids in Hong Kong, kids and parents were living a very stressful environment. So we would like to let the parents know whatever way you take in a school or homeschool, whatever way you take, we hope your kids can grow up in a happy way, and they can have a valuable life. So we would like to inspire all parents to understand that. Thank you.
可以到第22页吗？就是这些都是其他panel 的一些分享嘉宾，我就不多说了，我就退到最后。就是黑色的那个，对，这是我今天来就是想跟大家分享一下我们其中的一个主题，就是我们的教育制度是有很多的选择，不是只需要跟主流的一个教育，但是我们的重心要回归到小孩子的一个开心的一个成长一个环境，不是只需要跟社会一样，就是对小朋友一个最好的。所以当有的选择的话，可以让小朋友开心快乐的成长，也是一个不错的选择。然后所以如果有兴趣报名或者当天来听一下 Dr. Lai 的分享，我们都非常欢迎可以见到大家，可以扫描那个 QR code 可以去报名。我们会12月17、18日，所以 Dr. Lai 的 section 就是在17日的下午的。谢谢大家。
Okay, thank you. So we just skip all other aspects and then come to this page, come to this slide, and we would like to invite you to focus on one of our topics. It's education regulation. Actually, our education regulations allows different possibilities. So as parents, we need to choose happy way and valuable way for our kids. And you're very welcome to come to our summit on 17th, when Dr. Lai will give a lecture there. Okay, thank you.
谢谢 Sandy，翻译的很好，
谢谢，
谢谢。
我很厉害 ，Sandy 很厉害。今天 Summer 和 Sandy 真的很棒，很厉害。Sara， 谢谢你又留下，我们还有20分钟的 Q&A 问题。Dr. Dennis， 很多人很喜欢听你那个部分，他们学了很多东西跟你，他们可能接下来是很多问题问你的。现在欢迎大家问问题，问Dr. Dennis 还有 Sara 问题。Any question? It's a question time.
Any question? You're welcome.
Joy, any question?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
I don't have any questions, but I am looking forward to going over all your rich information and sharing. And so thank you. I'll go over it again slowly.
Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Dennis, they want me to share your PowerPoint in my homeschool group.
Of course.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
So they can ask me questions even after the talk, right? Write to me and then ask questions. You're welcome.
Any question?
Yes.
Dennis, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Any question?
Is Hong Kong, because you were once the school inspector working for the education, I think, department or the administration. So is it homeschooling in Hong Kong supported by the government? Do they have any supportive activities for homeschoolers in Hong Kong?
Yes, I think the government, the Education Bureau, is supporting homeschool education in Hong Kong. But of course, if you want to educate your children at your home, then you need to apply first. So because Hong Kong ordinance requires all children to go to school, but the exceptional alternative will be to study at home. But you must convince the government that you are prepared and you have the ability to do this. I think you may have to give evidence. For example, to give them evidence of your curriculum, all right, and the level of learning. So I think the government is in support. If you give convincing documents, you can do this at home.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question, please?
就是我翻译一下，刚才问了 Dennis， 就是说香港政府那边教育局是不是对，就是香港的在家教育是支持的，就是有没有什么要求？那么他解答我说，香港政府是支持的，但是他会需要家长呢，就是说要申请，而且提供，就是在家教育有一些什么，就是我们的那个就是教学大纲是吧？他确保这个孩子是得到了合适的教育的。
Yes, thank you. Right. Summer. Okay, thank you. Other questions are welcome.
Welcome for question. Come on, you can ask any question about happiness. How to empower your children happiness? Sara is here. Any way for teaching your kid in a lecturer, teacher point of view, because Dr. Dennis only teach the Hong Kong teacher. So you got chance to ask question. You're really
Yes, Mr.
古老师啊，那么我也看过一点点美国、英国、香港的数学的教材。
Yes, right.
小学的、初中的、高中的，我想知道咱们这个教材有没有那种，把小学的加减乘除进行一个公理化的编写。
Yes, in Hong Kong, right, and in China, our children are doing very well in mathematics and science. So according to international contests such as PISA and TIMSS, right, our country, right, in Hong Kong, is one of the top countries, right, which make great achievements in mathematics, maths, and science. So I think if we want our children to do well in mathematics and science, we need to prepare a curriculum that is appropriate, that helps them learn well, and that will need efforts of parents, right? Yes, please. Summer, please.
我刚才没有听的特别的那个，就是其实，刚才 Dennis 是，可以再讲一遍吗？就是很快的 summarize. Dennis, can you speak again?
Sorry,
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry,
yes,
Summer,
I can see this.
我没跟你打招呼，我来翻译一下吧 ，Summer。不好意思，我没跟你打招呼。
Sorry，
不好意思。Sorry。就是刚才那个吴老师问的是我们的他看过的各种教材里边，他问的问题其实非常专业，我有点不是特别明白，就是指的是有没有公理化的解释是吗，吴老师？公理化的解释，
我们都知道平面几何、立体几何等等，包括数论，那么就欧几里得的几何原本，就是公理化的编写来写这个平面几何的教材。那么但是在加减乘除这样的代数运算，我没见到这样的教材，也可能是我看的太少。我想知道，那么香港教育界的同行们是否见过有这样的教材？不管是美国的、英国的还是法国的这些数学很强的国家，他们有没有把小学数学的加减乘除，比方说他们有没有正确的解释负负得正？这是初一的内容哈，包括小学的这个数数技术，包括它的加法，比如说加法的数式运算、减法的数式运算、乘法的数式运算、除法的数式运算，包括这些加减乘除的性质，比方说减法有非常多的性质，那么乘法除法也有很多的性质，一旦加入了减法和除法，这些性质非常复杂、非常多的，就跟爆炸一样。那么他们有这样的一个演绎化的一个推导吗？而不是像咱们现行的我所见到的教材那样零碎的那么组合起来，仅仅是举几个例子说，这个事情就这么做，这过程就这么加，就这么乘，它是对的，举了几个例子叫大家理解了，去执行就好了。那有没有一个找到一个开头，然后一点一点的去按照顺序推出一个一个的他们的这些运算、他们的性质、他们的定理，然后告诉我们你这样执行是没有错的。
Yes. So mathematical education, we compare different countries' ways of teaching, and we find that the proper way for children to learn is to help them discover knowledge. Just then I mentioned to construct knowledge. For example, the multiplication table, right? most of the computational methods may not be well taught in foreign countries, but in Hong Kong, we find that teachers do this quite well. They help children construct knowledge. That means, for example, the multiplication table, we help children to discover the table and not to learn them, not to help them just learn by heart. So that's one thing. So let them discover facts, mathematical facts themselves. Second, to learn mathematics well, we need to lay emphasis on relationship. Now that is very important. For example, addition and subtraction, you have a very strong relationship between the two, right? They are just reverse process. What is addition? What is subtraction? They are related. Another example is multiplication and division are also related. Right? We teach them multiplication, at the same time we teach them division, and help children to know the relationship between the two. So for primary children, and for secondary children, and even university children, students, we help them also to strengthen their relationship, their understanding of relationship between certain operations, such as even we go to very advanced mathematical theories like differentiation and integration. So calculus. So those two have very strong relationships. So at different levels, we teach them how to understand theories. And the higher level will be to let them know the relationship between the two. Those are very important. And in Hong Kong, teachers help children learn mathematics by helping them to learn Olympiad mathematics contests in Hong Kong. This is very common to help them to take part in competitions. This will further strengthen and encourage them to make achievements in mathematics. So I think this is a very complex area of learning. And just then, in my lecture, in my talk, I mentioned that children have to acquire problem-solving strategies, and that is very important. I must mention one book which is very useful to parents as well. The book is called Problem Solving, How to Solve Problems, right? You can find this book in every library. How to solve solve problems. Just 3 words, how to solve. And it is well written. It helps teachers and parents how to develop children's problem-solving skills. So I think we need to strengthen our knowledge of maths learning, and that of course will take time. But I think parents can do well to help them teach children. Okay. Yes, please. Summer.
Summer, 你来还是我来？刚才有没有听？
Perhaps some of the teachers can help.
好的。
Yes.
那个，刚才那个吴老师他问的问题也非常的专业，他就是说他是问的一个很专业的数学问题啊。他就说这个有没有我们的教材，不管是中国的还是香港的还是欧美的，有没有这个公理化的这个推导？有没有这个公理化的是推导吗？然后呢？
教材有没有公理化的教材？
有没有公理化的教材？然后这个我们吴教授呢，他刚才讲了一下，他就是说实际上在国外可能这方面他好像没有发现有什么很特别的那个哈。然后就是讲的在香港的话，其实我们在香港的老师在这方面做的蛮好的。所以呢，他们香港的老师他会 做2件事情，一个呢是帮助他们去推导这个原理，把它推导出来。这个应该就是您指的这个意思是吗？就是回答了您的这个问题啊，就是香港的老师会就香港的老师会帮助学生去做这个工作会去推导出来。然后第2件事情就是我们要让学生去理解不同的相关的这个知识，它的这个架构，就是比如说我们在学习乘法和减法的时候，虽然它们是不同的，但是其实要把它们放在把重点教学的重点要放在它们之间的关系上面，它们之间其实有很强的联系。那所以就是2个方面，一个是要推导出来，第2个是要在这个要建立这个知识的架构，让他们了解不同知识之间的关系。比如说这个微分和积分，那这个本身它是不同的，要怎么把它在理论上，首先要理解理论，然后在更高的层次上让大家知道这2者之间的关系。所以在香港的话，老师会帮助学生去这样子学习，然后他们也会参加一些奥数的比赛，进一步的加强和鼓励他们在数学方面取得的成绩。所以古教授认为这是一个非常复杂的问题。另外呢，他有提过他有一本非常有用的书，推荐大家去找一下，这本书的名字就叫《如何解决问题》。那这里面会涉及到怎么样去更好的帮助老师和家长帮助孩子带领孩子来学习数学。谢谢。
Okay, thank you. You have Sandy, you have done very well. And the book that I recommend, I will show you, right? I will let you know the name of the book that help children solve problems. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
Mr. Yi's question. Thank you.
Thank you. 古教授说他接下来会把这本书的相关信息、链接什么的给我们分享过来，我们大家有兴趣可以自己去找。谢谢。
我再提一个简单的问题，就是香港的老师如何给学生解释4+3等于3+4这样的加法交换律呢 ？Law of exchange for addition, such as 4 plus 3 equals 3 plus 4.
Right. So, yes, this is important to let children know. In fact, the two have similar results. They are commutative. That means A plus B equals B plus A, right? The results are the same. So we need to let children know the properties of this, but not for subtraction, right? For subtraction, 3 minus 4, 4 minus 3, and 3 minus 4 are quite different. But for addition, they share this property, commutative property, but not for all operations. For example, 4 multiplied by 3 and 3 multiplied by 4, in fact, the same outcome, the same results, commutative law. So they need to know the different rules and different laws connecting, involving these operations. Okay, so we need to show our children that 3 plus 4 equals 4 plus 3. Okay, but 4 minus 3 is not the same as 3 minus 4. So subtraction and multiplication, addition and subtraction, addition and subtraction are not the same in their properties. Okay, yes, please, Sandy.
好的。我觉得就是因为我自己数学学的不好啊，所以我对这个翻译有一点点头痛，我尽量啊。那个吴老师其实提的问题就是在香港这个是要怎么去怎么具体的教学过程是怎样的，然后这个古老师的古教授他讲的就是我们会我大致的理解就是说我们会要做一些很细致的工作。比如说这个4乘3和3乘4，它的结果是一样的，那么为什么是一样的？然后要给学生讲解清楚，然后让他们了解不同的做法为什么得出相同的结论。然后呢，还有，怎么我突然你们能听到吗？我这里怎么显示1时然后呢，但是4减3和3减4它的结果就不同了。 那为什么又是不同的？所以它在性质上是不一样的。所以我们会在这些学习的过程中会非常细节的去辅导孩子们。谢谢。
I think, yes, sorry, I just want to supplement something. That means we should teach them in context. That means the applications in daily life. What is meant by 4 minus 3 and what is meant by 3 minus 4. So the context will show that they are different. And the context of 4 books plus 3 books is the same as 3 books plus 4 books. So these need to be taught in context and not just something abstract, concrete. Yes, Sandy?
Okay. Yeah, okay. 就是我们要尽可能的具象的去让他们理解这些问题，而不仅仅是抽象的告诉他们一些数学概念。就是可以，我们要就事论事的教他们。比如说4减3什么意思，3减4什么意思？那么它根据上下文，它可能是完全不同的显示。所以这个要放在具体的语境中去具象的讨论，而不是抽象的去让孩子去自己理解。谢谢。
How to tell the students the difference between 4 plus 3 and 3 plus 4, and what's the difference between the two different operations?
吴老师，我可以打断一下吗？对不起啊，是这样，就是您其实您现在提的是特别具体的数学教学的问题。那古教授他实际上他更多的他是一个 principal， 就是他是一个督学，他是一个校长，他其实是从大方向上面去给各个学校一些教学的建议。所以这种具体到数学的非常基层的这个教学方面的东西，我觉得是不是我们下一次再讨论呢？今天可能家长们可能感兴趣更多的其他的问题。
Dr. Dennis. Dr.
I will
Dennis,
talk with you later if needed.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you,
you,
Mr.
Dr. Dennis.
Yes.
你好，我是 Iris。不好意思，太晚了，我就问一个简单的问题，因为就大家现在都在讲happy learning，我最近也在帮小朋友在找小学，然后就在香港找小学，尽量去找一些少作业、少考试的、压力没那么大的小学，但是呢，就在 local school 里面是很难找到的。那作为香港的家长，我是除非要支付比较高额的学费去international school 或者其他的就是 private school 才能就是找到一些比较少作业的小学。所以我想问一下，就是在香港就是教育局有没有说意识到有这样的一个问题，有没有就是怎么去就是处理这样的一些问题？因为有一位校长也跟我说，他们其实不是想小朋友做这么多的作业，他们也想小朋友能有 happy learning， 但是如果他们不安排作业的话，就招不了生，然后可能学校就会被就是被关闭了。
Yes, I see. Yeah, because happy learning will mean that children do not learn under pressure. Under pressure, we should make use of games and activities to help children learn in a happy way. So the government is not in favor of children do too much manual work. So what the government means will be that the curriculum should be appropriate to their levels. So we let the brighter children learn more. We let the less bright children learn less. That we focus on foundation work. So we treat children in this way, right? For the bright children, we try to stretch their potentials. For the weak children, we need to strengthen their foundation. So if you go to read the Hong Kong curriculum carefully, you will have many suggestions. Now, what I mean is to read the document, learning to learn. Now, you can find this on the web, Hong Kong document for education, for educating children. This is a very useful curriculum guide. I repeat, the name is Learning to Learn. Learning to Learn. The curriculum guide. You can easily find this on the web. You can read this on the web. You don't need to go to the library. So in this book, Learning to Learn document, there will be ways to help children to learn in a happy way and in a proper way. How do we teach brighter children? How we teach children who are not so bright? So I think there are suggestions and evidence of doing this. All right. So have I answered your question, please?
I'm just looking for some primary school that like little homework. This is my aim because for some happy school they still have lots of homework and children need to do homework till very late in the night.
Yes, you're right, Iris. I think many parents complain about this, right? Schools giving too much homework for children. So in fact, the government, the Education Bureau, is not in favor of giving too much homework to children. But some schools still do this. I don't think this will help the children to learn happily. I think there should not be too much homework too.
Yeah, so I need to pay high tuition fee to go to private school in order to have less homework. It's very ridiculous for the parents in Hong Kong because not everybody can afford that tuition fee.
Not everybody.
Yeah.
They have to pay too much school fees.
That's the problem we are facing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Yeah.
All right, the last question, Joy. Okay. I see you raise up the hand. This is the last question.
Okay.
Dr. Dennis would be our speaker for the next talk, so don't worry. 这是最后一个问题，因为已经很晚了，你们不用担心 ，Dr. Dennis 会再做我们的嘉宾，下一次会议 Dr. Dennis 会是我们的嘉宾。Dr. Dennis 其实数学是很厉害的，他是写那个数学教学的课程，在大学上写那个课程，所以刚才吴老师，北京大学毕业的吴老师，其实你问对了人 ，Dr. Dennis 给你的答案是非常专业的，只不过是语言不同。他提到那个 cumulative、associative 都那个是法则，数学的法则，他谈得很强劲。如果他不是数学专家，他不可以提出这个 term 这样的解释方法的，所以厉害 Dr. Dennis 什么东西都会，厉害，不愧是老师的老师。
Thank you. Very kind compliments.
Okay, Joy, the last question, then we should let Professor Chen have a concluding remark, then we end the question. Joy, what is your question?
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Dennis, I know best is a subjective word, but I'm just curious to know which schools are passing your standard, your excellence standard in Hong Kong. Which schools are the ones that consistently surprise you and are doing a great job?
I'm not going to recommend schools here. This personal view, you can approach me. You can write an email to me, and maybe I can give you some examples. All right, I'm not doing this in public.
Oh, I understand. Thank you so much for
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thoughtful answer. Okay.
Okay, Joy.
Thank
you're
you so
welcome.
much, Joy.
Mm,
OK，
yeah.
Joy，刚才是问香港哪一家学校是好，哪一家学校是不好？Dr. Dennis 是不可以公开说的，可以私自去问他，写那个电邮去问他，可是
Yeah,
不
yeah,
是
thank
公
you.
开说，这样不好。好，the last is the concluding remark from our Professor Chan. So you must be you to end the conclusion. So Professor Chan, please.
Yeah, Professor Chan.
Very good evening to all participants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't seem to be on the screen. I don't know what is the setting, but if you can hear me, that will be fine. Right. First and foremost, I'd like to send my congratulations to all the 5 speakers. And I think you all have each in your own experience and expertise shared very rich knowledge and experience and practices, which would certainly contribute towards successful homeschooling. So to do justice to each of the speakers, what I plan to do is to highlight some of the key points shared by each of the speakers. Now, I know it's almost midnight, but if you're in Hong Kong and in China, they say the night is still young because people in China and in Hong Kong, you work and stay up very late. The country that I come from, which was mentioned in this speak, I'm based in Malaysia, and we have got a very different cultural, work environment and ethics. Anyway, right? So just give me another 10 minutes, and I think I should be able to wrap it up. So first and foremost, Dr. Lai kickstart the HERO meeting. I think it's very appropriately, use the acronym on your homeschool, education, rising opportunities. Dr. Lai actually used a metaphor, the oil leaf tree, and the prize which was given to the Olympic winner was a wreath made of oil leaf, a leaf. And the tree here symbols wisdom, all right, as well as if you know about oil leaf oil. Now, the tree has got many very useful uses. All right, your olive oil, for example, promotes fantastic health. So that's wisdom, there is health, which leads to happiness. So a very good illustration on the tree where he depicted that learners are of different kinds and personalities, and we need to actually nurture them differently until they blossom, they grow into big trees with lovely branches and leaf. And that's what homeschooling, all right, is all about. And the main fertilizer, the main ingredient that forms the very foundation of what we do is love, all right, L-O-V-E. Now, if you read Dr. Lai's book on homeschooling, she elaborated on a number of secret recipe for success. And one of them is L-O-V-E. I will not tell you what it is, even though I know, but I will encourage you to read that book. The second speaker, Laura, talks about the experience of world schooling, where due to the nature of the family, particularly the husband, the nature of work, they are able to actually seize the opportunity to become a digital nomad where they can actually travel from country to country and able to give the world as a classroom in which the child can actually, blossom, learn, and be exposed. Now, obviously, there are, certain challenges that has been shared as well. But world schooling basically is based on the concept that learning should be expansive, right? Not limited to your 4 walls of a classroom, the world is your classroom.
Right.
And exposure to culture, language, etc. obviously is important. And I would like to extend, to all of you who are interested in world schooling to come to Malaysia. Malaysia, a multicultural country where you can learn different languages, experience different cultures, food, and it is a very accessible and affordable place. All right, if you spend 3 months in Malaysia, it will probably be 1/3 of the cost of spending it in any other European country. All right, so a tip for you, if you're really looking at world schooling, Malaysia and the surrounding area would obviously be something, all right, fantastic. A lot of the challenges that they face in terms of, the social aspect, friends, missing family, etc., getting the resources and the community. I think in the digital world now, we can actually, to a large extent, overcome some of these physical limitations. We can be in real time, connection with our members of family in different parts of the world. We can have virtual friends. We can have a lot of online learning resources to support, all right, learning. All right, so that's something that we can actually explore, right, as a solution to those challenges. Coming to Joyce, I like some of the things that Joyce has been sharing with us, where she focuses on 3 main areas, right, in terms of the daily schedule of learning activities that needs to be scheduled. And of course, Dr. Dennis emphasized that structured learning, a kind of a routine, could be critical for those who are homeschooling rather than a free-for-all unstructured approach, all right, to learning. Now, what Joyce have actually shared basically is a holistic and a balance activities that she has planned. And I like to use the acronym APPS, APPS. She mentioned about the need to make sure that there is the academic aspect that needs to be built into the learning activity on the daily basis. A for academic. P would be in terms of the physical. Now, you don't actually ignore, all right, the development of your child in terms of the physical, development. And obviously, when you're healthy, it makes you wise as well. Healthy body, healthy mind. There is also the spiritual aspect that needs to be taken, all right, into account, the moral education, values. These are important. Now, a lot of homeschoolers in the US, they have chosen homeschooling simply because the school or education system has eroded, all right, the foundational biblical teaching. And America is a very diversified country. Each of the states have got their own education system. But if you really look at the development there, it is not healthy. And that's the reason why a lot of the parents have chosen to take their kids out of the school system and to homeschool. Now, the other application, all right, besides the academic, the physical, as well as, in terms of the, what we call that, personal hygiene is also important, right? So remember, your apps. I think that is something that a lot of the other parents who are homeschooling, right, you should consider applying, these very well-balanced and holistic overall development, right, for your child. The school system emphasizes too much on the academic at the neglect of the other 3 dimensions, all right, which Joyce have very successfully incorporated. Now, one of the key success that Joyce shared was the networking, learning from others. The Chua family was a big influence all right? And there are a number of good practices that obviously when you begin to network and work together and support each other, best practices can easily be passed on or shared between, all right, one family with another family. Also, right, in terms of Joy's sharing, she emphasized on the third area in terms of the assessment and adaptation. So I want to summarize what she is doing with 3 words. You learn, you unlearn, and you relearn. You have got to constantly look at what is it that you are doing right, or what is it that needs to be remedied or improved. You need to go through that transformation and not take it for granted that it will always work. The formula very often will need to be revised and updated. She also shared about, some of the techniques that she has been learning from other educators that can enhance learning and memory. For example, the way you structure or timetable your learning activities and your subject. If you understand cognitive science, how your brain works, that could actually help improve learning and memory for your child. I move on to the next speaker, which will, I believe, Dennis. Right, Dr. Dennis, hello.
Hi. Thank you for your speech.
Well, tonight, actually, I have got a number of my students that have actually supervised the thesis when they are doing their education doctorate. So 2 of the speakers I supervise their thesis, and I think among the participants there are also a few others whom I supervise, and they would be conferred their doctorate degree, right, as well. Dr. Dennis have actually given us a very good framework where he focuses on the teaching strategies that can be adopted by homeschooling. And I think that was very well, presented, where he presented 9 key, right, strategies. The first one, I believe, he mentioned about motivation. As educators, as teachers, whether you are homeschooling, whether you are in primary, secondary, or university, we need to be a motivator. We need to inspire the learners, right, to learn. So motivation, whether intrinsic or extrinsic, is a key part to a learner's learning journey. The second principle or strategy is learning how to learn, which is extremely important skill, which a lot of schools, they don't. They take it for granted that students can learn. Actually, learning is both an art and a science. And I think giving the proper attention to developing this skill is critical. The third, right, strategy that Dr. Dennis shared was about the need for a structured learning approach rather than a free, right, for all, approach. I would qualify structured learning with, customization to the learner's personality, temperaments, learning style, etc. The fourth strategy, all right, is setting your learning goals. And now education has basically evolved and changed. And we are now into what we call outcome-based education and the principle of constructive alignment, which in education term, the teaching, learning, the curriculum design, assessment, all should be aligned to one another, and having very clear learning outcomes for the learners are certainly the way, all right, to go. The fifth principle is creating a conducive learning environment, not just the physical environment, but I think more needs to be done in terms of the psychological and the mental environment that we need to create when learning is taking place. The sixth principle is to promote independent learning, all right, which again is a very good, strategy that needs to be emphasized and developed. The seventh strategy is developing generic skills, which are not subject content. They are more what we call transferable skill: communication, negotiation, problem solving, and attributes and values of resilience, determination, perseverance. These are things which are normally not emphasized or taught, all right, in school. But in a homeschooling environment, this could be something that can be added on, all right, to your what we call hidden, all right, curriculum. The eighth, all right, strategy is in terms of questioning techniques. I would want to say this, all right. To learn anything, you ask questions. The best way to learn is asking questions. The quality of the question that you ask will determine the quality of your learning. And then there are many different levels and types of questioning technique. Thousands of years ago, Greek philosophers and great teachers like Socrates, the way they learn, the way they explore knowledge is through the Socratic, technique of questioning. Maybe you want to explore what it actually means and apply that, or you simply apply a very simple questioning technique in whatever that you learn. I call it the 5 husband, or rather the 5 wife and 1 husband question. 5 wife. When you ask what, when, where, who, right? And how you would be able to actually extract lots of information about the topic or a subject, all right, matter, okay? And the ninth, all right, the ninth strategy is authentic, all right, learning. Incorporate, authentic learning. So here we are talking about real life experiential learning, not just book or theory, all right? There must be the connection with the real world, authentic, making connection to the environment in which the learner, all right, is interacting. Okay, did I miss out anybody so far? I think the last speaker, basically, Sara, is on the happiness. And I was quite taken aback when I looked at the happiness index, or even they call it the Hong Kong happiness matrix, where it measures or shows the happiness level among the different strata of the society. There is personal, work, children, youth, family, and the senior citizen level of happiness. And the report card is not good. The report card is not good. Much needs to be done. And I think what Sara and the NGOs are doing in organizing the coming summit on December 17 and 18, I think that is something that's going to be making an impact. So I think that's what I want to, very quickly summarize. And I hope, all right, all of you are able to take back with you, the different learning points that you can actually use and apply. Do not be hearers of the word, but doers of the word. Each time you learn something, output, all right? Practice it, use it. So thank you very much again to all the contributors who have spoken and shared with, their heart and with, sincere, sharing of their experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen.
Sandy and Summer, can you give a very brief conclusion in Mandarin?
Okay.
Actually, it's very difficult to hear Professor Chen lecturing. Only you are doctoral degree student, you'll be able to hear his teaching. So it's an honor to have you do the concluding remark. Sandy and Summer, please.
Okay.
因为时间关系呢，我们就非常简短的把刚才那个陈教授讲的内容很简短的概括一下。首先呢，陈教授把每一个人的发言都做了一个提炼和总结，都总结的非常好，我这边都有记下来。就是那我们就非常快的过一下啊。首先呢是恭喜这个会议的顺利举办。然后呢，讲到这个赖博士是一棵橄榄树然后非常的健康有价值。然后呢，他在这里也拓展出来一些内容，就是我们要因材施教，静待花开然后呢，最主要的是大家要去读他的书，读赖博士的书。然后接下来呢，讲到这个 Laura 的发言，就是这里有一个很重要的点，就是说大家要打破一个观念，就是学习一定是很昂贵的。其实世界就是我们的教室，我们可以有拓展我们的思维。比如说在马来西亚，我们有各种选择的语言，各种选择的食物，然后价廉物美它的成本大概只有欧洲的1/3，然后 homeschool 的环境也非常好，所以大家可以大大的拓展自己的这种物理限制、心理限制。然后呢，讲到那个Joy分享的呢，就是他的每天的这个活动的安排，日程的安排很有参考性。然后重点讲到这个 Dennis 老师他的几个就是给我们分享的他讲的几个点，这里我们很快的过一下。首先最其的动机，就是这一件事情是最重要的。然后管理动机，然后第二呢就是学会学习。第三呢是结构化的学习方法，第四是设置正确的目标，第五是有利的学习环境，这个不仅仅指物理环境，还包括心理环境和精神方面的有利环境。然后第六是独立学习的能力，第七是培养通用技能，就是孩子要具备一些关键的品质，比如决心、毅力。这些在学校完全不强调的内容，但是我们在 homeschool 的时候，我们就可以非常好的去重视这些品质。第八呢是提问的技巧，学会问问题，这是非常非常重要的事情。然后第九是真实的体验，我们要具象的去学习。最后呢讲到 Sara 的这个 happiness 的这个活动，我们看到香港的这个数据呢，确实是不是太理想，所以我们任重道远。相信你们的活动会非常的有价值、有意义。谢谢。
Okay, and also thank you so much for Sandy and Summer for the translation. 很感谢 Sandy 和 Summer 的知识翻译，你们真的做的很棒，很棒。我曾经是问过一个博士，朋友叫他现场做翻译，他说很难的现场做翻译，所以你们做的真的很棒，很棒，谢谢你们，谢谢大家参与，祝大家有一个很甜的晚上，sweet dreams. Okay, see you next time. Bye bye. Thank you, Sara. Thank you, Professor Chen. Thank you, Dr. Dennis. Thank you, everyone. 拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，晚安，晚安，晚安，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，
Sarah，拜拜。